Hello, everyone. Welcome to the regular Flagstaff City Council meeting. Today is June 2nd, 2020. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order and provide notice that the Flagstaff City Council has the ability to recess into executive session for legal advice should we so choose to do so. With that, can we please have roll call?
Mayor Evans.
Present.
Vice Mayor Shimoni.
Present.
Councilmember Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Present.
Councilmember Odegaard.
Present.
Councilmember Salas.
I'm here.
Councilmember Whelan.
Present.
Okay. Vice Mayor, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Be my honor. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Aslan, would you like to read our mission statement?
Thank you, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So before we start the meeting, I just really would like to ask Council a few things. First of all, we do have a very lengthy agenda. And so when we are asking our questions, I'd like for us to wait until the end of our staff presentations in which to do so. I'd also like to ask Council to be very mindful of our time and to make sure that when you ask a question, you perhaps have written it down so it's very clear so we can get that answer and move forward. With that, there's also been a request from a council member that if we are going to get into a lengthy discussion, that the council member please turn on their video so we can also see the nonverbal cues that we might be missing, because that might help us when it comes to moving the meeting along in an expedited fashion. With that, we're down to item number 4A. This is approval of minutes from previous meetings. And so we have a whole list there, and I'd like to see if we could have a motion on that.
Mayor, this is Jim McCarthy. I would like to move that we approve all of the minutes as listed under item 4A in the agenda.
Thank you. Mr. Odegaard?
Yep, and I'd like to second that. Thank you.
There's been a motion made by Ms. McCarthy with a second by Mr. Odegaard to approve the minutes as listed for agenda item number 4A. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you so much. We are now down to item number 5. Item number 5 is public participation. Public participation is for items that are not currently listed on our agenda. While the City Council can listen and receive feedback, because it has not been agendized, we cannot make any comments or remarks per law. Ms. Drum, do we have anything for public participation at this time?
Yes, Mayor, we do. We have 3 general items.
Okay, thank you.
The first reads, Dear Mayor and Council, since the City Council meetings are closed right now, I followed the link that said to send an email into this address. I hope this comment finds its way to tonight's City Council meeting on June 2nd, 2020. I'm on the side of the road in Colorado for work, typing into my phone. Please forgive any stubby finger mistakes. Flagstaff Youth Hockey Association has put together an amazing document that follows the CDC guidelines perfectly for safe and responsible reopening of the ice rink for the use of Flagstaff Youth Hockey Association. I am sure that by now you have all seen the document put together by the association. Youth hockey can be done safely at the Flagstaff ice rink if FYHA's plan is followed. The current usage of the ice rink can be safe if it is operated in a manner different than in the past with a new temporary vision. The operation of the rink needs to be done with a new business model for the near future. No one is suggesting that giant mass gatherings or public skates occur like they used to for the near term. That is truly a difficult task to tackle. But if the focus of the rink's operation in the near future is just on pre-existing user groups with a safety plan that follows the CDC guidelines, like FYHA's plan does, there's no reason why the ice rink cannot operate safely. I'm not going to get into the merits and pitfalls of all the different groups and organizations and business opening around the state right now and in what manner they are doing so. I just want to be clear that Flagstaff Youth Hockey Association's safety plan is as good as any plan I've seen around the state for youth sports. The rink can be opened and operated for specific pre-existing user groups in a safe manner if FYHA's guidelines are followed. Please consider the plan of this amazing organization. It is such a key part of so many children's lives here in Flagstaff. A season with no program could really cripple the progress the organization has made over the last decade after the roof collapsed. Thank you, Tom Sable. The next comment reads, Dear Mayor, council members, and city staff, the announcement below from the Flagstaff DBA appeared in my email this weekend. I was shocked when I read it. Apparently, the DBA has not yet completed their permit application and sent it on to the city council for approval. I've been a supporter from the beginning for Movies on the Square and was a sponsor early on. I am totally against this relocation of Movies on the Square to the 50-space county parking lot on the corner of North LaRue Street and Cherry Avenue, 1 block south of my home and business. The Inn at 410 B&B at 410 North LaRue. A few things to note about this event and proposed relocation. The event is no different than any other event that has already been canceled due to lack of social distancing concerns related to COVID-19. Hundreds of moviegoers will not stay in their stuffy cars up to 3 hours, and they will surely get out to commune with others. Cars will be so crammed into this lot, quite unlike real drive-ins where the cars are well spaced. Further, people will bring their chairs and set them up on the surrounding sidewalks. When I see events like the Farmers Market and the 4th of July parade canceled by council, I have to believe this charade must not be approved by you. Movies on the Square can enforce social distancing on the square more easily than at this proposed location. Just draw large circles in chalk and have people ask people to stay there except to go to the restroom. This event is proposed for 8 Saturday nights, the only night I am most likely to be full at the inn. My guests love to sit in my garden and enjoy a glass of wine and listen to soft music. How are they going to have a peaceful evening on my garden patio when a concert and the movie sound are blaring from a block away? I am fighting for my livelihood right now, and I don't need adverse social media for any reason, especially loud sound coming from a block away 8 Saturday nights in a row this summer. 3. This parking lot sits outside of the DBA jurisdiction, and I know none of the county supervisors have seen anything from the city or the DBA about this proposal. In a time of an upcoming fiscal calamity for the city, no city resources should be put towards having a PR stunt like this take place. The great quote-unquote ski run on North San Francisco Street several years back cost the city over $100,000 to manage and produce, and it produced no increased visitation to Flagstaff. It was a flop as a PR event. My bottom line, please do not even consider this event taking place at this location. Please tell the DBA to keep it at Heritage Square and enforce social distancing there with chalk. It will cost the city nothing. Thank you for listening. Gordon Watkins, 410 North LaRue. To Honorable Mayor and Council members, a neighbor just told me about the quote-unquote drive-in style movie replacing the movie in the square. How was this passed? To use a parking lot not in downtown proper and to change the intended use. How will people in their cars hear the band before the movie without the speakers projecting into our neighborhood? How will people hear the movie inside their cars without having it projecting into homes? How will you enforce people not setting up chairs on sidewalks with no social distancing? Why was the surrounding neighborhood not given a heads up that this was being discussed so we could weigh in? The movie in the square was much too loud and disrupted from my experience to our neighborhood. I do not think it is appropriate to move the event to the parking lot on LaRue and Cherry, even closer to residents. Please consider other locations like the parking lot at City Hall, which would be more appropriate for social distancing, or cancel the event. I am in the high-risk category for COVID-19, so I am staying home and cannot get away from the noise and people. My health is at risk with people gathering nearby. Please do not issue a special permit for this event for the health of Flagstaff residents. Respectfully, Joan Martini. And that was the last of the general public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Drum. We are now down to item number 6. Item number 6 is our consent items. I am wondering if we have a motion to approve our consent agenda as written.
Mayor Jim McCarthy, I move to approve all of the 5 consent items.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Okay, there's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy and a second by Mr. Aslan to approve the consent agenda as written. I do see that we have a comment by Ms. Whelan. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I would like to ask, at our last meeting, I asked if we could use the convenience rule with item 6A, and I'm not sure. I don't believe I got an answer on that. So could someone weigh in on that before we do all the consent items?
Do you want to pull 6A, Ms. Whelan?
Sure.
Okay, so Mr. McCarthy, can you please amend your motion?
Yes, Mayor. I replaced my previous motion with the following. I move to approve items 6B as in Baker through 6E as in Echo.
Mr. Aslan?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's been a motion made for consent items B through E. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we go back to item number 6A. Ms. Whelan, you had a question that needs to be answered. Staff?
Should I repeat that, Mayor?
Yes. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. My question was, I believe that Mr. Solomon called it a convenience rule. And the question is about contractors and how they were chosen, or convenience. Yes. Okay. And I'm just wondering, because they were so close together in price, could we not use the convenience rule to get the local contractor to do the work?
Mayor, I appreciate the question, Councilmember Whelan. Unfortunately, that wouldn't apply here under the procurement manual. It contemplates the lack of the service availability elsewhere as well. Unfortunately, when they're even this close, even under these circumstances, this would not be a clean fit with that, and it would not apply. I know that would be nice, but unfortunately it wouldn't.
Okay, that's disappointing, but thank you.
You're welcome.
So with that, do we have a motion for item number 6A? Ms. Whelan?
Yes, Mayor. I'd be happy to. Thank
Is there
you.
a second? Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Whelan and a second by our Vice Mayor to approve item number 6A. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I want to take the last aisle. Is that Mr. Aslan? As a yes?
Aye.
Was there anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. We're now down to item number 7. Item number 7, these are public hearing items. We have 2 public hearing items, item number 7A and item number 7B. I would like to go ahead at this time and open the public hearing for both items. We will take the first item, which is 7A first. This is 7A, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2020-13. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code, Title 7, Health and Sanitation, Chapter 7-03, Water System Regulations, Section 7-003-001-0010, subsection A, water rates, to establish a new water resources infrastructure protection through wildland fire management fee, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date. It is staff's recommended action at this meeting that we hold a public hearing, that we read ordinance number 2020-13 by title only for the first time. And so we do have public comment cards, but I believe we have a presentation first. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Manager. I'm here with Neil Chapman, the Forest Health Supervisor, to discuss the Water Resource and Infrastructure Protection Initiative, as well as the restructuring of the Environmental Management Fee. The presentation that we will be giving addresses both of the ordinances on the agenda this afternoon. Our presentation will revisit highlights from our May 12th conversation. We will discuss the water resource and infrastructure protection, the proposed fee, customer impacts, long-term needs, as well as the restructuring of the environmental management fee, customer impacts on those scenarios as well, the outreach that we've begun conducting, the timeline for Council's consideration, and just how these initiatives support a variety of city initiatives and Council goals. With that, I'd like to hand the presentation over to Neil Chapman.
Thank you, Nicole. Neil Chapman here, Forest Health Supervisor with Flagstaff Fire Department. The watershed resource and protection and risk reduction through wildland fire management has been a council priority since 1997. The Water Resource and Infrastructure Protection Initiative will establish a fund to support the wildland fire management program's efforts to reduce the risk our city water system faces from catastrophic wildland fire. Flagstaff's water supply is 100% local, and maintaining water quality and infrastructure investment surface and groundwater requires a fire-adapted. Wildland fire management is currently funded by a combination of general funds, grants, and the FWPP bond. The Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project bond will be fully spent within 6 to 10 months. And a unique opportunity exists for us to continue the wildland fire management program and recognize the importance of the only local fire management resource reporting to city leadership. Next slide, please, Nicole. I'm still seeing the first slide. Could you bump to the next one, please? Okay, there we go. This ordinance will provide stable funding for the fire management program. And what exactly is the Flagstaff Fire Department's Wildland Fire Management Program? Well, I thought it would be helpful to review our mission and vision statements. The mission of the program is to protect our community from catastrophic wildfire. We lead the effort to keep people in their homes, neighborhoods intact, the business community functioning, first responders safe, and our forests and watersheds healthy and sustainable. Our vision is to affect change by utilizing our unique wildland fire and forest health skills to educate our citizens and inform other at-risk communities, support the FireWise engineering of the social environment and emergency response system, enforce applicable codes and ordinances, and restore the natural fire-adapted structure and pattern of our Ponderosa Pine ecosystem. Next slide, please, Nicole. Successful wildfire management for the city of Flagstaff involves these 5 key program areas. Additional details about these 5 program areas are available on our Wildland Fire Management website. Public safety and wildfire risk mitigation projects that the program budget does not cover includes the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project, Upper Lake Mary Paired Watershed Project, Community Hazard Tree Program, and community smoke mitigation efforts in partnership with the Sustainability Program. For the City of Flagstaff, successful wildfire risk mitigation projects are based on partnerships with local, state, and federal organizations. These partnerships require a stable wildland fire management program to lead this effort on behalf of the city. Next slide, please. Staff recommend implementing a 52-cent fee based on monthly water consumption to the municipal services bill to provide sustainable funding for all water resources and infrastructure protection, including water, wastewater, reclaimed water, and stormwater. The program will protect our resources and infrastructure through effective wildland fire mitigation efforts. The proposed fee will increase to 53 cents effective July 1st, 2022 to maintain the level of service. City staff has completed a financial analysis of the proposed fee. Based on this financial analysis, residential and commercial customers that consume 3,500 gallons of water monthly will see a fee of $1.82 per month based on the 52 cents rate. Residential and commercial customers that consume 10,000 gallons of water monthly will see a fee of $5.20 per month. Comprehensive financial details that cover both the environmental management and water resource and infrastructure protection will be provided later in our presentation. On to you, Nicole.
Great, thank you, Neil. I'd like to take a moment to add to Neil's presentation by incorporating Flagstaff's climate projections. These projections are critical consideration as we discuss financing and programming that protects our community, our forests, our watersheds, and our infrastructure. As we think and act strategically, we must keep in mind that by 2050, Flagstaff will be experiencing hotter temperatures, less snowpack, more rainfall rather than snow, greater erosion, increased high severity of wildfire, more severe droughts as temperatures rise, and lower water quality at our reservoirs. These changes pose risks to everything from our economy, our infrastructure, public health, and local ecosystems. As we move forward, sustainability, the fire department, and water services will continue to work strategically together to develop financing opportunities for the unfunded projects listed on slide number 5. We know these risks are not going away. In fact, they are only increasing. Staff will be back before council to discuss such opportunities like partnerships with conservation finance organizations and grant opportunities as they arise. With that, I'm going to shift to the discussion on restructuring of the environmental management fee. So just to revisit, we are proposing a restructure of the fee. Again, we are not intending to raise revenues for the Environmental Management Fund. The fee is intended to correlate between the environmental and natural resource impact and the programming necessary to mitigate these impacts. In many cases, the fee is not distributed equitably among service addresses because the fee is directly linked to each municipal services bill or account. I provided council with some examples back in May, but a specific one as a reminder is a high-density housing unit in Flagstaff with approximately 900 residents. This unit pays only $20 a month for 5 accounts or bills that they receive, versus a single-family resident that may house 4 individuals that pays $4 per month. And additionally, the city has core service customers per contract or miscellaneous billings, and these customers are not currently paying the fee at all. So in sum, the current structure of the environmental management fee places a disproportionate burden on single-family residents. As a reminder, again, the fee is intended to correlate between the environmental and natural resource impacts and programming necessary to mitigate these impacts. Staff is proposing to replace the current flat $4 fee on the municipal services bill to a consumption-based assessed rate of 3.5% on charges from our core services, which include water, wastewater, reclaimed water, stormwater, trash, and recycling. The 3.5 percentage assessment or fee would keep the Environmental Management Fund revenues at their current levels, which is just a little bit over $1 million annually. Fees would continue to provide programming to protect and enhance our core services. In addition, with a consumption-based rate, customers do have an opportunity to lower their monthly assessments by consuming less. Council saw these slides back in May, but I will just walk through them again. So we want to provide an example of the consumption-based assessment on a typical residential customer that consumes 3,500 gallons of water per month. That fee would be reduced by $1.97 per month, noted in the right-hand column. Now, for a residential customer that consumes 10,000 gallons of water a month, their fee would actually increase by 77 cents per month. The next example is a commercial customer impact. And as a reminder, there are a number of variables to consider with commercial accounts. So because of this, the example provided is based on a commercial customer that has city trash service with a 6-yard bin and city recycling service with a 4-yard bin that is serviced 2 times per week. So for the commercial account, a customer that consumes 3,500 gallons of water per month, the fee would increase $6.30 per month for a total of $10.30. And then for the commercial customer that consumes 10,000 gallons of water per month, their fee would increase by $8.39 per month for a total of $12.39. So now what you have before you is a combined example of the water, municipal services bill. And this takes, again, into consideration a typical residential customer that consumes 3,500 gallons of water per month. With the consumption-based environmental management fee and the water resource infrastructure protection fee, the total assessment would be $3.85 per month. This is 15 cents savings per month or $1.80 annually. For a residential customer that consumes 10,000 gallons a month, the environmental management fee would increase by 77 cents, and the water resource and infrastructure protection fee would be $5.20 for a total of $9.97 per month. The annual cost would be $71.64. I'll leave the slide up for just a moment. So we did want to discuss with council the outreach that we have already started and plan to continue to do. Neil and I have taken this discussion to the Sustainability Commission as well as the Open Space Commission, and are scheduled to have a discussion with the Water Commission. Both the Open Space Commission and Sustainability Commission supported the agenda items before you. We will be conducting, following the meeting tonight and direction from council, efforts to communicate the fees through social media, electronic mailing, contacting our volunteers, as well as our key program partners. If the ordinance is approved this evening, the second read will be on June 16th. And then finally, just as a reminder, as we build community together, these initiatives continue to advance existing city plans and goals. They are listed in front of you, but they range from the regional plan to the climate plan, as well as the Greater Flagstaff Community Wildfire Protection Plan and the Rethink Waste Plan. Thank you, Council. Neil and I are available if there are any questions.
Well, hello. We have a question by Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nicole and Neil. This is the third time this week I've heard this presentation, and I feel like I'm getting really knowledgeable about it. I do want to just, for the record, invite you guys, if you could, to paint a little bit of a picture for us. You spoke in terms of residential models of 3,500 gallons and 10,000 gallons. What is the average gallon consumption per month for a typical Flagstaff residence? And just to finish with my question, can you give an example of a residential property that's using upwards of 10,000 gallons per month and why they might be doing that on a regular basis?
Mayor and Council, I do not have that information in front of me. I will defer to Rick Tatter if he happens to have that information accessible.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. In our last rate study, the average residential customer used between 3,400 gallons and 3,500 gallons. That was the numbers we had about 3 or 4 years ago with the last rate study. As far as a residential property consuming up to 10,000 gallons, there's a couple things that can drive that. One could be the size of the unit, number of the bedrooms, number of people at that location, and the other could be related to watering habits of that property, including external watering of lawns and those kind of things. I don't think I can specifically have one item that would cause that high of level of water use. And when it's outside water use, that's mainly the summer months that you would see bills going up to that higher figure if that's the driving factor.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. I think that answers my question. I'm just trying to facilitate all of us having a picture in our heads of what's typical and what's a bit extraordinary, and and not that getting upwards of 10,000 isn't appropriate in certain cases and circumstances, but it does sound like it's a little more unusual in terms of the average experience that residential water users are experiencing within Flagstaff. So thank you.
Hey, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you. I think before I get started, I'll comment to Mr. Aslan's comment. I know of one property in Flagstaff that has about an acre of beautiful lawn, and they probably easily use that 100,000 gallons a month. So I think lawn is the answer to the question. Now I'll go to my comment. When we talked about this informally a few weeks ago, we talked about options 1 and 2, and actually those options both are discussed in the packet in some detail. And after thinking about it for a couple of weeks, I'm thinking that our watershed is probably one of the most valuable things that we have surrounding us, especially for water, but for other reasons too. And I'm thinking that we should go to option number 2, which is not the one just presented, because it will better protect our watershed. And well, what will that cost us? Well, based on the numbers in the packet, the average customer, which we just talked about, going to option 2 would cost them approximately 52 cents a month, which is a fairly small number. And the other thing I'll notice is if we go to the restructure of the environmental fee, that same average residential home will save $1.97 per month. So even if we go to option 2 to better protect our watershed, the average customer will actually still have their bill go down. So I'm pushing for option 2. Thank you.
We have Miss Whelan followed by Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. I'm glad you brought that up again, because after also reevaluating things, I believe option 2 is probably the best way to go. I know in our discussion I had asked about other alternatives, and I had asked for staff to look at things like the Colorado wildfire environmental impact, and that had to do with bonding. I don't see that being addressed in our in our agenda and in our packets. So I would like to hear about that. The other piece is we are setting a bar. So we're saying the average individual uses 3,500 gallons. And what we've also done is drawn a line at that 3,500. So if perchance you go over by a gallon, 3,500 plus one, then that puts you into another bracket. So I believe. So I would like to see that a little bit more of a buffer built in for the average user. And that's all the comment I have. Thank you.
So we have Mr. Tatter has a response, and then we'll go to Mr. Odegaard.
Councilmember Whelan, thank you for the comments and the thoughts, and I appreciate you sharing with me the information about Water Now and some of the other options that you've been looking at. I just recently was able to actually have an short email dialogue with Lindsay Rogers with Water Now, and her response was primarily, yes, they're helped us support to get financing mechanisms and work with partners to get maybe low cost financing. They didn't really have funding sources to pay for projects in that aspect. And a couple of the other things were really more about a financing mechanism, as you mentioned early on in your comments. So that's what we're finding. People are willing to finance, but they're not going to just give the money away. We'll continue to look at grants. Fire department's really good at looking at grants, and they'll definitely use those to supplement work as we have those.
And I appreciate you looking into things, Rick, and thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And then just to your last comment about the 3,500 gallons, I'm not sure if I caught the comment correctly, but people will be billed based on their actual consumption, not based on that average that we referred to. That was just a point of reference.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks.
Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, I wanted to address Councilmember McCarthy. I don't understand, where is there an option number 2? And then also, I'm looking forward to the public comment. Thank you.
Mr.
Mayor,
McCarthy?
can I answer that question?
Yeah.
In the packet, there's some estimates of what the impacts will be. And there were 2 sections, option 1 and option 2. And those are in the packet. So I'm wondering if maybe staff can put that up on the screen.
Mr. Clifton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. While we're looking at that, or it's in the process of being put on the screen, I'll just note, in the packet, you had materials that were the same materials discussed in April.
Yeah.
During that meeting, there was a discussion of 2 options. Council was pretty clear that we're only interested in option 1. The materials are still before you, but the presentation now did not, that you just heard from both Nicole and Neil, did not address the second option, but it is referenced in the supporting materials, which again are identical to what you had before you in April.
Mr. Aslan?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to hear Councilmember McCarthy bring this back up. If I remember correctly, I was one of the voices in the room at that time that was very enthusiastic about option 2. Of course, we run by majority direction, and I know the conversation went a different direction, but I just wanted to point out that if we're going to be discussing option 2 again, my original direction stands, which is to enthusiastically support option 2. Again, I would happily fall back upon option 1 if that's the majority rule. But my preference from the beginning was definitely to explore option 2.
We're going to stop and go ahead and take the public comments that we have, and then we will go back to the discussion. Ms. Drum?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Our first public comment is, howdy, Mayor, Council, and staff. I am in support of several items on your agenda this afternoon, and I'm going to read those for 7A, which is public hearing item 7A, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2020-13, water resources infrastructure protection through wildland fire management fee. I am proud that the city of Flagstaff has been a leader and a partner in forest health. This fee will enable the city to sustain that leadership and to continue to be a strong partner. I support adding this fee to my city utility bill, excuse me. And the second comment is, dear Flagstaff City Council members, I'm submitting a comment regarding the environmental management and water resource and infrastructure protection fee and the environmental management fee on behalf of the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership, known as GFFP. Considering the investment that Flagstaff City voters have already made in the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project, continuing forest health and restoration measures that reduce severe wildfire risk and potential destruction of our watersheds is critical to maintaining quality of life to our citizens. GFFP wholeheartedly supports these initiatives. We urge the City Council members to approve these initiatives so this important work moves forward. And that is the last comment.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll go back to council discussion. Council, we're looking for a motion. Mr. McCarthy? Mr. McCarthy, before you make your motion, I just want us to be mindful of previous council discussion that got us here. Mr. McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. Like I said before, I had more time to think about this over the last few weeks. So I'm going to move that we read ordinance 2020.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Actually, the public hearing needs to be closed before the motion is made.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing for item number 7A. And then Mr. McCarthy?
Okay, I'm going to make a motion, and if people don't agree with it, they can amend the motion. So my motion is to read ordinance 2020-13 by title only for the first time, with the minor change of going from option 1 to option 2.
I will second that.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy with a second by Mr. Aslan. Are there any further comments? Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As you said, we've already had this discussion. I'm a little disappointed that this option 2 is, for some reason, is coming back at this meeting. I understand Mr. McCarthy's point on it, but again, we've had these serious discussions. We just had a housing commission that was very upset among some of the members that we are raising fees to start new projects was a possibility. Well, that was a misinformation because we had direction from at the last meeting on this topic not to raise any fees for new projects. And so I am going to say no and looking forward to a new motion of approving with the option 1 that we gave direction in the past. So thank you.
We're going to go to Ms. Whelan next, and then we go back to Mr. McCarthy. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. It's my understanding that the idea for the first read, second read, and so on is about being able to take this time in between from a work session to a session that we have now, and to continue thinking and to continue to reevaluate. And quite frankly, I think it's one of the things that we get to do, hence the first read, second read, and final read. So thank you.
Ms. McCarthy?
I totally respect Mr. Odegaard's comments and respect Mr. Odegaard completely. So Sterling can weigh in, but my suggestion is if you disagree with the way the motion is, the way I did it, that you would amend the motion to say that it would be option 1 instead of option 2. Otherwise, we will end up voting on the option 2, which is in my original motion.
Mayor, Council, the motion can be amended, but you can also vote on the motion, and if it does not succeed, you could make a different motion to go with option 1. It is cleaner to amend it if you want option 1.
Okay, in understanding that, I'm going to go to Mr. Odegaard next, and then I'll go back to the Vice Mayor.
So with that, thank you, Sterling. I do make a motion to amend Councilmember McCarthy's motion to go with option 1.
Is there a second? Okay, so that dies for
I
lack of.
second that. Madam Mayor, pardon me. Sorry.
Okay,
So I
so
second Gonzalez.
Okay, so there's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard, followed with a second by Ms. Salas, to go back to option 1, as was agreed to by the majority of council when we first discussed this. Is there any further discussion on that?
So to be clear, Mayor and Council, what is being voted on is a motion to approve with option 1.
Option 1.
Well, actually, Sterling.
Oh, to amend, to approve, to amend, to add option 1. If that fails, then the motion that Jim originally made needs to be voted on, which is option 2.
Either way, we have to vote on the original motion, even if it gets amended.
Right.
And just for clarity's sake,
I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor, then Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. So I'm a little confused, and I'm wondering if someone can just quickly clarify this for me. So what we were talking about with Neil and Nicole's presentation is option 1, right?
Yes, what we were talking about was what council had originally had council majority on, which was option number 1. Even though the information in the packet included option number 1 and 2, we were focusing on option number 1 because the majority of council had given direction for option number 1. Mr. McCarthy has made a motion to go ahead and approve, but with the option number 2 that was in the packet. And so there was a second with that. So that motion was on the table. Mr. Odegaard has made an amendment to that motion to go and approve this, to go back to option number 1.
Correct.
And Ms. Salas has seconded that.
So I guess my question's for Mr. McCarthy. I'm still confused as to your logic here. Can you better explain that for me?
Mayor, I'll go ahead. Option 2 provides additional watershed protection, and option 1 eliminates that, and that was actually listed on one of the slides that we saw tonight. The added cost to an average household, and I based this on what numbers I saw in the packet, is 52 cents a month. Now, I agree with Mr. Odegaard that I'm very hesitant to raise fees or taxes, but I think 52 cents a month is something that I can stomach. Now, maybe other council people can't. If you need a little more clarification about the difference between options 1 and 2, I think staff could give us that. And there was a slide that said that this proposal will not do, and it listed various things. And that slide might be of interest to Mr. Shimoni. I'll yield.
Can we put that slide back up one more time?
Okay, so we're going to put the slide back up for clarification. Mr. Odegaard?
Mayor, I'm still waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really ask you all, we have a lot of stuff we have to get through tonight. It's very important if you want to speak, if you guys could indicate in the meeting chat so I can put you in order. That really helps me. Mr. Aslan and then Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor. That won't happen again. I thought I was already in the queue there. So the reason I want to support option 2 is that wildfire risk reduction isn't something we can afford to mismanage or neglect. Even in the roughest economic landscapes that many of us have ever seen. And I just want to make sure that the spirit of my direction is clear here. I'm probably going to vote against the amendment to Jim McCarthy's motion in hopes that we will get a full vote on option 2. But then if that fails, I will certainly revert to supporting option 1 because we can't have neither option go forward. So if that makes sense to the city attorney and to everyone else, I hope it's clear what my plan is.
Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And again, going back to our discussions concerning option 2, option 2 had new projects, from my remembrance of that discussion. We just had a very anxious housing commission that talked about how do we approve raising fees, etc., for new projects when we turn down the housing question. That basically follows the same logic of starting a new service with a new fee or a new tax, whatever it may be. And so we have been consistently with the COVID of not starting anything new, whether it's fees or taxes or anything at this time. And so, and that's why my amendment to go back to option 1, where we've had these discussions. And so I'm looking forward to a vote. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So if there's no further discussion, I'd like to go ahead and vote on the underlying motion. This would be Councilmember Odegaard's motion that Ms. Salas second, which was to consider option number 1. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
I would be counted in that aye. It looks like there's only all who are not in support of it.
No.
Nay.
Nay.
So can we document who the nays were, please?
Yes, and I'm going to try to clarify that if we could stop talking for a moment. Okay? There was myself, Councilmember Salas, Councilmember Odegaard, that would like to go back to option number 1. The remaining council members, the other 4, were nays to that. So now we're back to the original motion. The original motion was to move forward with option number 2. There was a motion and there was a second for this. I believe the motion was made by Mr. McCarthy and the second was made by Mr. Aslan.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any other comments? I do have a comment on this motion. I'm going to go ahead and vote in support of this motion because I understand the importance of what we're trying to do. I want to express my disappointment in the fact that we have changed the council majority and that we spent the last hour trying to clarify what was council majority and why we were changing it. When we originally had the conversation, we were very clear that we understood the importance of forest health and we understood the importance of what we were trying to do. However, we were not going to try to start anything new. We were going to try to finish what we had, maintain what we have, and yes, it might only be 52 cents or $8, but we're trying to be mindful of the current situation that our city was in. Instead, we came back and we had the conversation, and we are going to change council majority moving forward on this item. I accept the fact that council wanted to change majority. I'm just disappointed in how this was done. With that, I see there's a comment by Mr. Odegaard. I will take any further comments, and then I'd like to go ahead and vote on this item so we can move forward. Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I will be voting no just because I'll be standing with the Housing Commission of how disappointing that we are going, say one thing and do another. And so I'll be voting no to stand with the Housing Commission. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I'm taking you as an aye, Ms. Whelan?
Correct.
Okay. Let's do this again. All those in favor?
Aye, Mayor.
McCarthy, aye.
Whelan, aye.
All those opposed?
Nay, Salas.
Charlie,
Vice
no.
Mayor.
Hold on real quick. Ms. Dallas is a nay. Who else?
Charlie is a no.
Vice Mayor's a no.
And I'm a no. So that motion actually fails. To be very clear, I believe we had Mr. McCarthy, Ms. Whelan, and Mr. Aslan as yeses. We had Ms. Salas, Mr. Odegaard, the Vice Mayor, and myself as no. So can I get a motion to read ordinance number 2020-13? Or can I get a different motion, I guess? Mr. Aslan.
Yes, Mayor. And real quickly, I would like to thank the Vice Mayor for allowing the vote on option 2 to move forward. I really appreciate that, and I think that's what happened here. But seeing that option 2 failed, I would fully support the motion to proceed with option 1.
Is there a second for Mr. Aslan's motion?
Second, McCarthy.
So I'm going to go ahead and take the Vice Mayor. So I saw Mr. Aslan make the motion. There was a second by the Vice Mayor. That was to read ordinance number 2020-13 by title only as it was presented to us, which has option number 1. Mr. McCarthy?
My question's been answered.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye. I'm in support, Mayor. Aye. Salas.
Okay. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code, Title 7, Health and Sanitation, Section 7-03, Water System Regulations, Section 7-03-001-0010, Subsection A, Water Rates, to establish a new water resources infrastructure protection through wildland fire management fee, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Okay, so just to remind the council and the general public that it would be the Flagstaff City Council's intention at our June 16th, 2020 meeting to again pick up this item to read ordinance number 2020-13 by title only for the final time and then adopt ordinance number 2020-13. We're now down to item number 7B. Mr. McCarthy seems to have made a motion. Can you verbalize that, Mr. McCarthy?
I would like to move that we read.
I apologize. I did not close the public hearing for item number 7B. So I'll go ahead at this time and close the public hearing for item number 7B. I apologize for that, Mr. McCarthy. Mr. McCarthy, go ahead.
No harm. I move to read ordinance 2020-14 by title only for the first time.
Is there a second?
This is Charlie, second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. McCarthy with a second by Mr. Odegaard to read ordinance number 2020-14 by title only for the first time. Is there further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff City Code, Title 7, Health and Sanitation, Section 7-04-001-0010, fees, subsection I, by restructuring the environmental management fee, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. I just want to remind the City Council and the public that at our June 16th, 2020 council meeting, it would be council's intention to talk about this item again, to read ordinance number 2020-14 by title only for the final time, and then to adopt ordinance number 2020-14. Thank you. We're now down to item number 8. Item number 8 is our regular agenda. We're at 8A. This is consideration and adoption of the City of Flagstaff's re-entry plan. Staff's recommended action is that we discuss and adopt the City of Flagstaff re-entry plan. Thank you. I believe Mr. Clifton, you will start.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I'm not sure if Shannon Anderson is with us. I think she took holiday this week. I just want to verify that.
Understanding that she's going to be on the line. I do not see her.
You do not see her?
I do not see her.
Okay. Glad to kick this off. Madam Mayor, Council, you have in your packet an executive summary in the memo that Shannon Anderson and others did author on this. As you see in the executive summary, it's my understanding that we may be accompanied by Dr. David Engelthaler on this matter as well. This re-entry plan that you are considering tonight has been in the works at the staff level by a re-entry team for the last 2 to 3 weeks. The meetings have been fairly intense and well attended. The idea underlying this plan is to provide substantive criteria on a multi-phase re-entry strategy. I will back up and remind Council that even though the plan is predicated upon a 4-phase re-entry, at this time we are already in phase 2 of that plan. So really part of the plan is now past us in terms of implementation. I think it's still very informative as to what the overall strategy is. Phases 3 and 4 lie ahead. In addition to having criteria spelled out in the plan, take note, please, that the plan does incorporate the CDC guidelines and some of the gating criteria out of Washington, and we endeavored to make that fit as well as possible within the context of this plan. It also speaks heavily to employee and workplace safety. With respect to the monitoring criteria, next slide, please. We have in front of Council a choice on the methodology to monitor the risk of the transmission. 2 choices that have been outlined in the White House document, which is entitled Opening Up America. And at this point, it may be a good platform from which to welcome Dr. David Engelthaler and invite his comments.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I hope you can hear me.
We can, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you for allowing me to join the council meeting. I'm here to as a infectious disease epidemiologist and the director of TGen North, which is a nonprofit genomics research institute here in Flagstaff focused on infectious diseases and translating our findings into improvement in public health and in clinical medicine. And so I have some background in public health and infectious disease epidemiology for about 25 years and have been employing that with my team here in Flagstaff to stand up the first non-state lab COVID diagnostics lab in the state and providing significant resources to Northern Arizona and working very closely with the county health department here in Coconino County, a number of entities here in the city in providing testing, as well as an understanding of what that means in putting it in context for whether it's for their patients or for employees or for residents in congregate settings. So I have a distinct interest in how Flagstaff leadership is moving forward as we continue to reopen and re-enter in society, and we'd be happy to answer any specific questions. And because I can provide a lot of background on different pieces, and not knowing the full details of your plan and only skimming it and not having discussed this with any of the planners, I'd prefer to maybe answer some specific questions or provide specific advice rather than general, because I could easily take up the next hour on that. So I don't want to do that. So Mayor, if there are specific questions or specific items that you would like me to comment on, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ian Fowler. We are very grateful that you are here and part of this discussion with Council. I know Council will have questions for you. Council, we will go ahead then with our presentation, and once we have the information, then we will be more able to be specific with the questions that we have for the doctor. I believe Shannon is now on the line.
Yes, Mayor, good afternoon. So we can move on to the next slide. So there are two types of monitoring criteria that are most popular when you look at other plans, as well as the White House document Opening Up America. One is based on the number of cases, which is the downward trajectory of documented cases within a 14-day period. Another way that we've been talking to individuals is a 14-day continuous decline. As far as the benefit of using this type of monitoring criteria is there is Flagstaff area information available, which includes zip codes 86001, 86004, and 86005. There is a county dashboard that is on the Health and Human Services webpage, and it is updated on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The graphs, they did state, can change, and that's because of reporting delays. So it could be multiple days that end up coming, let's say, on that Monday, even though the tests weren't actually completed that particular day. The daily numbers in this type of tracking will continue to fluctuate, which you'll see on the next slide.
Be good to move to the next slide.
Did we lose Shannon?
Oh.
Sorry, for some reason it went, it muted. I'm not sure why. Could you go back to the other slide, Stacy? I was actually talking, sorry.
Sorry about that.
I think it's because I hit enter because I thought I was controlling the slides. Sorry about that. So again, on the far left side, on May 15th, you'll see that Flagstaff started with 13, went up to 18, and then if you scan all the way over to the right, you'll see again that we had 1 case on May 27th and then 8 cases on May 28th. You can go ahead to the next slide. Thanks, Stacy. So another type of monitoring criteria is the percent of positive tests, which again is downward trajectory, but this time instead of number of cases, it's of positive tests as a percent of total tests within a 14-day period. Again, another way that we might want to think of this is a 14-day continuous decline. One of the things that's important to note is that there isn't a county dashboard readily available for the percent of positive tests. We do receive this information in our emergency operation calls in the morning, but there isn't currently a dashboard on the Health and Human Services Department website. And then the other thing that has been mentioned on those county calls is that percentages are impacted by the increased testing that we might see in a testing blitz. So we had those on May 9th, the 16th, and again the 30th. And so you see increases in the percent of total tests when those testing blitz occur. Next slide, please. So at this point, we wanted to have a discussion with council. And again, Dr. Engelfaller is here to provide expertise to help council make a determination on what type of monitoring criteria we want to select for our reentry plan so that we can be communicating to individuals the things that we're monitoring to allow public to reenter our buildings, as well as utilize our facilities and properties.
Council, I don't see any indication in the box that there's someone who has a question yet. There we go. Ms. Whelan.
Mayor, do you want to take comments now?
Well, I was hoping yeah, comments and questions. You know, we have an expert here.
Yes, we do.
And I really think that we should, you know, we should be asking questions and help and having him assist us in moving forward with our criteria. Ms.
Very
Whelan?
good. So I have several. Thank you, Dr. Engelfaller. I appreciate you being here with us. Question about the data that we would be basing this 14-day decline. You know, I'll share my experience. The closer I get to the data and the more that I participate in our meetings with our colleagues from the county, much of the data can be interpreted in many different ways. And I find that if that is going to be our standard, I question whether it is an appropriate standard or criteria to use. So could you speak to your feelings about the actual data that is coming out?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank Councilmember Whelan. I think, you know, that it is a funny thing about data and statistics and how we could definitely use statistics to lie to ourselves. But, you know, we could definitely lie to ourselves even without statistics and data are probably a lot better. So it's still important to use the data and understand what the data is telling us. I think I think having absolute metrics and saying we need to see a 14-day continuous decline is a difficult thing, particularly when you're talking about smaller communities, because the overall numbers of cases are actually relatively low, and single-day fluctuations can throw that off. And it may be that we don't see 14 continuous days of decline throughout the entirety of the summer. So I think something like that is very difficult in a smaller population. I think it's more important to look at overall trends, and that means you're putting the context of the larger picture into your focus. And so personally, trying to understand this from an epidemiologic perspective and understand, is the risk grade are lower, and then the question is the risk greater or lower for what? So there's a couple of pieces there. One is, what is the goal here? Is the goal to try to activate as much of society as possible while limiting the number of cases or limiting the number of serious cases and deaths? And I think the latter is critically most important. And if you don't mind, I just want to take 1 minute to point out, as we've been in a pretty serious lockdown, and we knew exactly who was most at risk. And let's just set aside the situation that occurred on the Navajo Nation. When you look at the rest of the population in Arizona, the ones that we knew that were going to get seriously ill and die are the ones that got seriously ill and died. And that is our elderly population with chronic diseases, typically living in a congregate setting. The vast majority of the vast majority of deaths in Maricopa and Pima County, where those largest numbers of cases are, occurred in those long-term care facility and assisted living facilities. We knew that. Those were the ones that were under the most control, even though the rest of society was locked down, and yet we still had, I don't know that we didn't have much of effect, but we didn't stop them from dying. So I don't know that putting more controls on society, it protects those that are most at risk. If we're not, whatever we do, we got to follow the recommendations and put our energy and efforts to support those that are going to be the most sick and unfortunately will die. Now, going back to what do the metrics tell us, the numbers tell us, I think we got to look at more than just cases. I do think we want to look at, and we got to look beyond just daily counts. So if we look at trends, I've been looking at the Flagstaff numbers, which includes the surrounding region of Flagstaff outside of Flagstaff proper, to a much larger area. The cases have decreased over the past 3 to 4 weeks. The averaging has decreased from about 61 per week to about 48 per week. So it's not disappeared. It's still there in the background, and my guess it'll still be in the background all summer long. Hopefully the numbers drop even further than that. But I think, just even in our last week of cases, which weren't on that screen, what's been reported is down even significantly lower. We're down to probably going to look at something like 30 to 35 cases per week. So I think that's a great trend to see. I think we have to look at also then the impact of this. So the hospitalizations, which is it's a little difficult because we don't have that specifically for the Flagstaff region, but looking in the Coconino County region on a weekly basis, it looks like hospitalizations have decreased on average from 50 to 30 to 15 over the past 6 weeks. So the impact on our healthcare settings is greatly decreasing. The number of COVID-like illnesses, which is more of looking at the symptoms, in people that are hitting the emergency department, and this is really looking across the state now, is down at 3%. 3% of those going into the emergency department have those COVID-like illnesses, those symptoms. And that's exactly where we were pre-COVID. Back in February, we were at 3%. So our EDs, our emergency departments, are not being certainly not being overwhelmed, but they're not even hardly being affected in a way that the healthcare system can't handle this. And some of those other metrics like influenza-like illnesses. And then I think deaths is really important too to look at. We have been seeing deaths decreasing in the county for the past 6 weeks as well, on average dropping from about 9.5 per week to about 6.5 per week. And that's less than one a day. Now, of course, no deaths are acceptable in a way that we can, psychologically accept them. But these things do happen, and they're going to continue to happen. We're not going to prevent every single death. So I just think looking at all those data trends, for the county and for the city, and then for the larger state, things are all going in that way. That would suggest the same thing, a 14-day continuous decrease, without going by that specific metric. And sorry, Councilman Whelan, I probably answered a lot more than what you'd asked.
And I'm grateful for every word that you said. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and good to hear your voice, Dr. Engelthaler. Thanks for being with us, and I appreciate your expertise and your work in our community with TGen, and I am grateful that you're with us today, and I'm hoping that as we continue to talk about this topic at future council meetings, you could at times join us, because I think your voice is very important here. I do have a number of questions. You talked about how when we were in our lockdown or stay-at-home order, our most vulnerable at times were still getting hit. And I wonder if that's because at that point it was too late. The lockdown had happened at a point where the virus had already spread and was spreading, and was so new to our culture and our people that we even with the lockdown in place, still were going out about and doing our things, and didn't fully understand how this virus can spread and be under the radar. So I do have concerns about us opening things back up, of course, and how we're going to protect our most vulnerable, and your thoughts on that. because I do think that there's ways, and I think that those ways weren't in place the first time around. So although we might have, maybe missed the ball the first time around, I don't want to miss the ball the second time around. And I understand that there's guidelines and stuff that we're following in how we're opening up. I just have a lot of concerns about that.
Sure. So thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Shimoni. So I think from my perspective, I totally can understand what you're saying. We don't know for sure if there was much virus lurking in the community before the shutdown occurred. There did not seem to be, based off of the testing. We engaged and worked with Flagstaff Medical Center. We worked with others across the state to do screening of what would be considered suspect patients. These would be people who had respiratory illnesses but tested negative for influenza. We did not identify any positives that would have been in that risk case, that high risk case that could have been possible COVID cases before the outbreak really started hitting the northern part of the state. We didn't do a large number of tests, I'll admit, and I think a total of about just several dozen of these that would have been the highest risk. All that means is we didn't have a whole lot of disease that would have ended up causing serious disease that was being missed. However, it doesn't mean that there wasn't virus in the community going back, into earlier parts of March. What we can do is look at the evolution of the virus and actually make some predictions about what strains were here, what lineages were here, and how long they had been here. We really don't have a lot of evidence to suggest that there was much circulating in Arizona before really the end of February, or in northern Arizona. I don't think at this time much before the first weeks of March, and that's just based off of the data that we're able to find and the analysis we can do of the genomes. It doesn't look like there was a lot happening there. So the shutdown probably helped slow down a lot of community transmission, but it certainly didn't stop the virus from getting into long-term care facilities, assisted facilities. But a lot of those facilities did not get infected until multiple weeks into the shutdown. And I won't speak to any specific congregate settings in the Flagstaff region because there's only a few of them. But we've identified cases in some of those congregate settings, just in the last few weeks. Now that just means that even though we were doing everything we thought we could to protect those individuals, you still can't stop it. It is like the virus is like water; it finds those cracks, and it gets in. And I shouldn't say we can't stop it. We just haven't been able to stop it. Yes,
right,
go ahead.
and if I could jump in, but the caveat is that it doesn't travel on its own. We bring it from place to place, us humans. And so we do have a responsibility in this as individuals and as a community, and especially as leaders, to keep that in mind. We can stop the spread of this. At least I'd like to believe we can. And there's ways, with temperature, thermometers, and other practices to really try to stay on top of this. I want to move on to my other question, though. So with the data and the graph that was shown, I do struggle with this because we know there's populations, especially our most vulnerable, that to the day, struggle to get testing. And unless we really bring the testing to them, which we do, but we don't do very often. And so I struggle with the data, and especially, now that we've opened back up, Memorial Day being just about a week ago, I fear that, when I see the community going out the way they did since the lockdown has, been pushed aside, not wearing a mask, not social distancing, gathering in larger numbers, going to the bars, for example, all these perfect storm environments for this virus to spread if it is amongst us and reignite in our community. Are you concerned about a second wave? Do you think that given our culture, given our tourism, given our, proximity to the reservation, that there's going to be a second wave and it's going to hit again?
Mayor and Vice Mayor, I think that the last part of that question is yes, I do think that there will be a second wave. There will be additional peaks before we see a larger second wave. I do have a strong concern about the effect of the seasonality on this, in that even if we could do everything to stop or lower transmission throughout the summer and these warm months where respiratory viruses typically drop down to much lower levels, and we could talk about the environmental reasons for that. The fact that the virus is going to be in our community, and it's in communities all over the state and essentially around the world at this point. Once the environmental conditions prefer or support increased transmission, which typically happens for respiratory viruses in the later fall, then we will have a much larger second wave, I think, than we did the first wave, and that's because the virus is already out there. Now, I would disagree epidemiologically that we can stop this the spread of this virus. I don't think that can be our goal. I think what our goal should be is to limit the number of serious illnesses and deaths. We do that by a few ways. One, slowing the amount of spread, which is part of all these measures. So not just opening up everything, but making sure that we open up cautiously, but following as many of those rules as possible, limiting gatherings, having things outdoors, in continuing with hand sanitizing and hand washing as much as possible, and doing those things to limit the amount of spread. And it's not to stop it, it's just to slow it down, because what we don't want is just a giant wave to come crashing in and hurt our healthcare system. What we also want to do is really make sure that everything we do, we protect those that are most vulnerable, and that means we have to make considerations for employees as businesses get going. Some of your employees just can't come back into work. They're at high risk. The virus is out there. They're going to be exposed, and we don't want them to get serious illness, and we don't want that crashing our healthcare system. So I think that there's some things that we really need to think about as a community and participate in it as a community. And just one last point, don't mean to drone on here, but Vice Mayor, you made a great point. This is on all of us. We've talked about this before, you and I, that public health is not just your county health department. It is all of us participating and following those rules and doing everything that we can, and that includes our businesses. And so businesses have to participate in these safety guidelines. They cannot allow for these large group gatherings, indoors especially. And I think that most businesses are being responsible and want to be. I've talked to tons of them. They don't want to hurt their customers. They want to support their customers while keeping their businesses going so they can support their employees as well. So I think there's a balance part of that discussion.
Okay, I'm gonna stop for now. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Doctor.
I'm going to go play that role.
Mr. Aslan is going to be followed by Mr. McCarthy.
Hi, Dr. Engelthaler. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I thought I'd take this opportunity to ask you a couple of questions. One of them is just about the latest news. Our understanding of this virus is changing all the time. It's being updated constantly. I'm here right now, so hopefully we can get up-to-the-minute news on exactly what the latest thinking is on how long the virus can exist on surfaces, whether or not folks who've contracted the virus can recontract it. And then I'll ask my second question now as well. I'm just as interested in knowing from you your thoughts on what data you're looking for in terms of triggering us to go back into a stronger defensive pose for sheltering in place and closing things down. I'm just as interested in that, given the possibility of a potential second wave, as I am in hearing your thoughts on what it's going to take for us to open back up.
Sure, I was just making some notes. So, thank you, Mayor, Council Member Aslan, this is your great questions. So let me see if I can hit a couple of those first ones, which are a little bit easier. So existing on surfaces, we do know that this virus can exist in the environment on different types of surfaces under different conditions longer than a number of the other respiratory viruses that we're used to dealing with. We do not know the importance of that in the epidemiology of this disease. We do know the vast majority of all infections are the respiratory route, the coughing, aerosolized droplets being expelled out of an infected person, being inhaled by another person, and then that's starting to cause an infection, typically first in the upper respiratory tract. The ability for the virus to survive in the environment is interesting, but we don't know if that really leads to many infections. So this is certainly why we have all these recommendations, sanitizing common areas, surfaces, doorknobs, all of that, because the virus can survive. But it may be difficult for that virus to get from that surface and into your upper respiratory tract in a way that can cause an infection. Certainly that possibility of touching it, getting into your mouth or in your nose or in your eyes is possible. We don't know that has a higher risk of leading to an infection than it does inhaling the virus in droplets and that getting into your upper respiratory tract. So that's the first part is so it's probably unsatisfactory. Yes, it can survive for longer periods of time on surfaces, and we do not know how important that is. The recontracting an infection or getting infected again after you've survived, this again, we don't fully know, but what we are learning is that the vast majority of people that get infected typically develop antibodies, and the type of antibody that you develop will typically give you some type of immunity from being reinfected. Now, we don't know how long that reinfection or that prevention or that protective antibody lasts and how long a period it takes for you to maybe get reinfected. It could be several months or it could be multiple years. What we think about with coronaviruses and what the kind of antibodies that people develop, we think that could be as much as 2 years or more that you would have protection, which is good news for what we're trying to do with vaccine development so that people can get vaccinated and have some type of immunity for a period of time before they have to get revaccinated. We don't know who won't develop antibody. We don't know under what circumstances, but while it's a new virus, it is a virus. We do understand typical responses to the immune system, so we do think that there will be some prevention of reinfection, at least for that current year and hopefully maybe for the following year. The last question, which was, I think you were started by saying what might trigger us to go back into more of a defensive posture, and what I would suggest is, again, the same thing with these trends. If the trends are showing the increase in hospitalization of serious cases, continual increase in deaths over, and if we can average that over several weeks, and potentially just overall increased number of cases or percentage of positives in tests, that means that we're getting a whole lot more disease spread, and it's having those negative effects that we don't want it to have. And I think that defensive posture might mean really increasing the protections that we're trying to give for the high-risk individuals. It may mean, kind of rolling back at some of the phases that have allowed us to open up. So I think that those are the things that I would be concerned with. And I think as a community, we need to talk about maybe we have to be in a little bit of this ebb and flow. We know we're not going to make it go away, but we also kind of want to stay in front of it before it really devastates part of our community, and certainly before it devastates our healthcare system.
Thank you.
We have Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, if the trend of infections goes down, is that because the threat is gone, or because our preventative measures are effective? And I guess my caution is that if the trends go down, I'm not convinced that it's because the threat's gone. It may be because we're doing social distancing and all the other things we're doing.
Great question, Mayor and Councilmember McCarthy. Looking at the watching the trends, helps us understand a couple of things, and we have to understand that if the number of cases goes down, the number of deaths goes down. Yeah, that does not mean that the threat is disappearing. What it's telling us is that there's probably a combination of things. Maybe there's and one of those big things is that there's just a decrease in transmission of the virus between people. And that can be because we are following those guidelines. We're using appropriate social distancing. We're using the things to help prevent ourselves from getting infected, like hand sanitizing, using masks when you're in more crowded places, those types of things. And it could also mean that the environmental effects are helping to slow down the transmission of the virus. It's a natural thing for respiratory viruses to go into a bit of quiescence during the summertime because more people are outdoors. The virus does not transmit very easily between people outside for a number of reasons. It doesn't survive very well in the environment. You have a whole lot more air circulation and dilution of viral particles in the air. The risk of exposure is much lower, so then there's lower amount of transmission. So it just means that we're seeing less transmission, but the virus is still out there. If we just say, let's go for it, and everybody, get in the pool kind of a thing, the numbers are gonna absolutely spike. There's no doubt, because the virus is still here and it'll be with us, but hopefully in a low manageable level for the next several months.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ingenthaler, first of all, I want to say thank you for sharing your expertise with us. It has been very helpful and very refreshing to get direct firsthand knowledge about COVID-19, and I would like to say that we appreciate that. I want to, make two statements I heard that you say, make sure I understood them. And then I do have a question for you. So you were saying that COVID-19 is here for us, here to stay for a while, and that we need to take a look at this from a long-term standpoint when we consider public health. You have been very clear about following CDC guidelines. You've mentioned the need for us to continue to wash our hands, to stay sanitized, and to wear a mask when we're out in public places. You said that we need to continue to social distance and all those things. My question is this. As a city, we are trying to solidify a reentry plan. We are trying to figure out what reentry of public facilities and public buildings mean to our city. You have mentioned that we need to look at the trends, and you listed the trends. You said the percentage of positive tests, number of serious illnesses, new cases, deaths, hospitalizations, and that we need to look at those things when we are considering what to do. I'm asking you to put maybe a finer point on that for council, and maybe help us understand what that looks like in policy language. So, for example, we are looking at our public library, and when should we reopen the public library, and under what conditions? We started out saying we are going to do it when we get a 14-day decline in cases, and that has kind of changed, right? And so now we are looking at what is the best way, the best set of numbers that we can say, okay, it's safe to go back to the library, understanding that we would still be under certain guidelines that the CDC has. Can you maybe talk about that?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to maybe clarify and expound on that. So I think the problem is that public policy, and what I've been telling others and in other communities and even in other states, that the decisions can't be made based off of just looking at some specific numbers to say, okay, now it's safe to, like you say, go back to the library or to start using council chambers again. I think what we can do is look at both the trends in those numbers and make sure that they're going in the right direction over a period of several weeks, and not to say continuously, because it's, you can't just say, oh, whoops, now we're increasing numbers today versus yesterday, because we really do have to average across weeks. And I would say look over the previous, I would say even 4 weeks or longer, just to look at those trajectories and understand the trends. I do think though that with all those numbers that we talked about, but I also think you have to look at your capacities, your capacity to be able to maintain a safe community, especially when you're re-entering or using public facilities and other buildings. I think, one, you want your community to be able to handle any upswing that may happen rapidly. So making sure that the hospitals are handling it, that public health is currently handling the situation, that they have an ability to test all suspect patients, no matter where they are, and to be able to do contact tracing on those to limit the amount of continual spread from identified cases. Now, you can't find everyone, and it is like water. The virus will continue to spread, but you can slow that down. So that capacity of your healthcare and your public health to be able to handle the situation, as well as monitoring the positive participation in your safety guidelines by the businesses and by the general public. If people are ignoring this and they're just gonna, you're gonna have a mad rush on the library, that's not safe, and that's you definitely can't open it, no matter what the numbers are. You need to have, some type of way of if not ensuring, at least monitoring public participation, and that your businesses are also following those guidelines. This is not a find a way to rat on your neighbor kind of thing, but through positive messaging and ensuring individuals that we're as a community trying to re-engage our economy and open back up, including public facilities, that we all need to participate. And so it's on all of us. And if we're not following those rules, no matter what the numbers are telling us right now, we really shouldn't from a public policy standpoint. So I think it's, that's easy for me to say. I don't have to make those decisions like you guys do. But I think that, the leadership in this community really needs to help with the positive messaging of all of us participating, protect those that maybe can't come out to society, to protect those that are most likely to get very seriously ill and die. It doesn't matter how strong you are or how young you are. You have to play a role in not killing grandma or members in some of our congregate settings. It's, that's just a message that I think has just got to be loud and clear, and we're all, that in us together is not just a trite saying. It's something that we absolutely have to do. I don't know if that helps answer that question though, Mayor. Sorry.
I think it does help answer my question. I'm just going to verbalize it to make sure that I understand what you're saying. And then I know that there's other people in the queue. So basically, I'm sitting here asking for a percentage or a number or something to look at. When you look at the screen that's up now, we're talking about what monitoring criteria do we use, number of cases, percent of positive tests. And then so I was hoping for like a 10% of positive tests and X amount of numbers. But what I hear you saying is that it's much more than that. It is also the fact that we need to look at the overall capacity of our community, and even more so, we need to look at whether or not we as a community are actively practicing CDC guidelines. So even if we had 0 positive cases or 0 positive tests and there was a steep downturn in number of cases, if we as a community are not practicing social distancing, if we are not wearing our mask when we are out in public in large groups, then really we still shouldn't necessarily open up the library. It's the totality of everything that needs to be looked at. Is that how I understand what you're saying?
Yeah, Mayor, that's definitely what I'm saying. And just going back to those numbers, for me, again, it is looking at the trends across all those categories, because any one of them can be an outlier. but the cases, deaths, hospitalizations, and symptoms. So, for instance, even if the community is following all that, so that second part, and your public health system is great and the healthcare system is great, which they are, if we're starting to see the trends go up week after week, then you may want to start to then pull back again and limit the amount of community contact in public buildings and elsewhere, just because we're seeing those trends hit. And we got to make sure that our healthcare system doesn't get overwhelmed. So I think it's a balance of both of those, looking at the trends of the numbers, as well as knowing your capacities in the community and the participation of your community in these guidelines.
So it's not just the two monitoring criteria that we have up on the screen. It's not just about, when we look at the trends is more than the number of cases and the percentage of positive tests. The trends are also the number of serious illnesses, deaths, hospitalization, and capacity. That is included in the trends and the monitoring criteria that we should be looking at. Is that correct?
That's my recommendation.
I appreciate you allowing me to ask all those questions. I'm going to go back to the Vice Mayor. I'm going to go to Mr. Aslan, and then I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. And the one thing I think I'd add to what your conclusion was on your understanding was, Dr. Ingelthal, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were also talking about the culture and participation of the public and how the public is handling the whole reality of today, correct?
Mayor and council member Shimoni, yes, absolutely. The public is a critical part of this, because this is what public health is, and if people are going to ignore all that and put others at risk, then that's where public policy comes into place. Yes.
Thank you. And that, I think, is a very important piece, Mayor, because I think that what we're seeing in our culture around the state of Arizona is, some folks are wearing a mask, but not the majority. It's a very small percentage of people. And that's extremely concerning for myself through the lens of policy. Dr. Ingelthal, you talked about 4-week trends. And I really am curious to see, let's say we were to fast forward 4 weeks. What do the trends begin to look like at that point? Because I think there is a lag in the data, and I think there are issues with the data as well. But I'm concerned about us making decisions today in regards to reopening, given the data that we have today, not knowing what's happening and starting to ferment, so to speak, in our community right now since the reopening. We talked about capacity. And, just because we have capacity doesn't mean we should. Doesn't mean it's a good idea. I think capacity is something that we need to look at for sure. But I just want to let council know that I think that we also need to keep in mind that just because we have the beds available doesn't mean we should allow them to get filled up or potentially get filled up. And again, I think we have an added factor of, being adjacent to the reservation that we need to keep in mind. And with the struggles around testing, it's complicated, but the question I had for you, Dr. Ingelthal, in tonight's conversation on the agenda, we're talking about moving into this, how we're going to continue forward as a city, and we're talking about masks. We're talking about recommending masks. I'm personally interested in requiring masks, so I want your opinion or your thoughts on that comment. And then also, we're looking at permitting events potentially up to 50 people. Currently, the council isn't permitting events over 10 people. And I have concerns about us increasing that number to 50. So those are the two questions I have for you. Thank you.
Before the doctor answers those questions, I just want to be mindful that I think that there's a legal interpretation about requiring all people wear masks. And I don't know if our city attorney would like to weigh into that or not.
Simply stated, Mayor, thank you, and thank you everyone for the discussion. Simply stated, we cannot require it. However, we can strongly encourage it.
Thank you.
Okay, but the county can. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Vice Mayor. I want to say, just as a follow-up, that, the city attorney has said that we cannot require individuals to wear masks. We can only strongly encourage it. I believe that also goes with the county as well. City attorney?
That's a determination to be made by the health department and the county attorney, but I believe they're in the same situation.
Okay, so we can only speak on behalf of our city as to what we can and cannot require. Dr. Inkstaller.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor Shimoni, got the title right, for those two questions. So those are really, obviously, big issues. So masking, let me tell you what my understanding is and then what my recommendation is. Masking, there's been a lot of confusion about this because there's been mixed messaging from the beginning, early on saying don't wear masks, and because they don't provide protection, and then it was it's okay to wear masks, to then you really should wear masks, especially if you're in crowded areas or you're in places like New York City, and then the general recommendation to wear masks. So masks are essentially a covering over the face, primarily the nose and mouth, to do two things. One, to prevent you, if you're infected, from expelling virus and expelling, essentially those droplets when you're symptomatic, which is typically when you're coughing and sneezing. The other reason is to limit the amount of virus that you could be exposed to from somebody else that may be expelling it. And there's actually a third reason that I'll mention here in a second, but that's more of a psychological reason. Those first two reasons, masks only provide a limited protection. If we're talking about the masks that people are wearing in public, they do provide some level of protection, but it may be additive on top of everything else with social distancing and hand sanitizing and cleaning the environment, the workspace and whatnot. Maybe additive of I wouldn't put much more than 10% on that, partially because people who are out in public, you should not be in public if you are sick. And that should be a very, very strong recommendation. You wouldn't want to be if you're really sick with COVID, but if you're sick and symptomatic, you shouldn't be in public. That doesn't prevent people from going into public, and it doesn't prevent you from accidentally coughing or sneezing and you don't know that you have the virus. So the masks do provide some level of protection one way or another, and it depends also then on the type of masking. So if you're not using an N95 mask, which is not being recommended, the N95 mask is really the medical grade that limits 95% of viral particles from being able to pass through, essentially, is one way of looking at it. If you're using anything less, which is what everybody else is using, it's now limiting some smaller percentage of that. So it's not a cure-all, and it won't keep you safe, especially if you're not following those other recommendations, which are actually providing a much greater value. So they do provide some level of effectiveness. The third one that I mentioned, the psychological, is that it is a way of showing that you respect somebody else. If you're in a closer public space, standing in line at a grocery store or something like that, you're not saying that you think that person's infected and that you're not saying that you're infected, but you're showing some level of respect for those individuals that, okay, we're going to be safely out together in society. And that's what masks, I think, provide a better benefit, is kind of that psychological benefit of, yes, we're doing this together. It's awkward in cases, it's weird. And it may not be perfect, but it's showing that we're doing this and we're doing other things to protect each other. So I think that's what masks provide, and so therefore I think the recommendation when you're in closed spaces with other individuals who have not been tested or are not family members, then that a mask recommendation makes sense. The permitting of large gatherings is another one. So actually, my answer to that is it depends. It depends on what the situation is. I've been asked about, can we do outdoor things like at the amphitheater? If you can have people socially spaced, and I would say 10 feet apart, which should be more than adequate when you're outdoors and you only have groups of people that live together hanging out together. So that's household members typically, or roommates, and they're outdoors and enjoying the environment. I don't think that that's a risk, even if there's several hundred of them well spaced. And I don't know what the dimensions are of the amphitheater, but you can see you could put a lot of people fairly well spaced in that type of environment. Or maybe it's some smaller number than that, or something around that at Wheeler Park. For say science in the park, you have spacing and hand sanitizing and masks being used. I think you could really limit the amount of, or really reduce an overall risk and still have that type of environment. But if you're going to have 50 people together in a conference room or more, I would definitely refrain from that unless they are really well spaced and they're masking and they're following. You've got hand sanitizing and all of that. Does that help answer that question?
It does. There's a lot of variables in what you're saying, if people actually abide by the recommendations and the request, but I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to go to, I believe, Mr. Aslan, and then we're going to go to Ms. Whelan.
Thank you again, Doctor. A couple more follow-up questions that will be helpful for me, and I hope my colleagues in terms of making some decisions coming up here. And I suspect this first question will follow up nicely with what you've already been talking about. But I was wondering if we could discuss the concept of viral load for a moment. I have a sort of geeky question in there as well. Viral load is this idea that the risk is all about exposure times time. And so if you're someone who's jogging or walking down the street and you pass someone else, the risk of transmission is much lower than, say, sitting in a city council chambers for 5 hours while we all talk past each other at the same time. That runs the gamut. So I think it's helpful to understand viral load if we're getting into a situation where we're talking about, what are the parameters around all of us interacting appropriately together in a variety of contexts. And then you may be able to discuss this with me offline, but I'm particularly curious how viral load works. Why can you not get sick from just one coronavirus in your lungs, but instead you need to have 250 or 300 or whatever the number is before you get the disease? And then my other follow-up question, which I think is important, and I know it's going to be speculative at best, but any update on what the latest is around the advent of a vaccine, any update on that would be appreciated.
Great. Mayor and Councilmember Aslan, I think those are a really important concepts for folks to think about. And when you're talking about viral load, and I would think of as viral concentration, partially because I think of viral load as the load in the patient and in the patient sample. And that's also an interesting thing that we could definitely geek out at a different time about, the fact that some people who are infected are carrying tens of millions to hundreds of millions of viruses in a particular sample, that you, like a nasal swab, and others are carrying 1 or 2 viral particles, and we can still detect that because we have the technology. Those people are infected at very different levels and likely have a very different risk of transmitting it, getting it out of their body. People have this very low level infection, probably have a very low risk of transmitting it to other individuals. And that is what we're seeing, is about 20% of our positives are down at that very low infection level. Okay, but now thinking about the viral load as you describe it, or concentration, we talk about that in thinking about in terms of risk for exposure and risk for infection. Theoretically, an individual can actually get sick by inhaling one virus particle. If that one virus particle makes its way typically into the lung and attaches, in an alveoli and attaches to an epithelial cell and is able to gain entry into that cell and then cause an infection that continues to grow. So that's a very much lower risk than someone who's inhaling droplets that contain millions of viral particles, because then those particles have a much greater chance of finding the right cells to infect and go on. So that's what all of this is about. Social distancing is all about lowering that risk of you getting enough viral particles in you that can actually cause an infection. So legitimately, people who are who are just passing each other on the street and not coughing and sneezing, maybe they're wearing masks, maybe they're not, but the amount of air exchange and the amount of particles exchanging from one person's lung to another is incredibly low, and therefore that risk is very low. It doesn't mean it's gone, and that risk is certainly higher than if two people are just on opposite sides of the street walking past each other. So those things absolutely come into the concept of risk of transmission as well as infection, of getting it out of your body as well as actually getting it into someone else's body that go on to cause disease. And there's probably more things that we can discuss there. But just onto your second point about vaccine, or your second question, and I've said this a number of times, thankfully this outbreak is happening today in this day and age where we have so much amazing science and technology being brought to bear on this. And one of those areas is vaccine development. There have been people working on vaccines for coronaviruses in the past, and even for the SARS-like viruses in the past, which this one's most closely related to. So there's a little bit of a jump start there. On the other hand, there is a lot of new technologies that have just come out in the last few years that are being used and explored for vaccines. There are hundreds of vaccine candidates in some level of testing. There are many vaccine candidates that are actually already in some form of clinical trials. Most of those are in the first phase of that, which is the safety, which makes to make sure that the vaccine doesn't cause harm. The next stages of those are to measure effectiveness, and some of the initial data that we're starting to see from the lead candidates are showing effectiveness. It's going to take a bit longer time though, and that means probably multiple months to determine does it really cause effectiveness across a large population, meaning prevent people from getting exposed even though they're in high-risk areas. All that you can't hurry up, and those types of things just need time to gather data on how the vaccine's affected a larger population. My best guess is by the end of this year, we will have some that have made it through those phases, and maybe one or two candidates that will start to be mass produced and be able to start to be distributed by the beginning of next year. But the distribution thing is an enormous logistical challenge, and it's not only how do you produce it, how do you package it safely and maintain its effectiveness, distributing around the world to the populations that need it most, because you can only do a few at a time, or maybe it's a few million at a time. And we're talking about billions of people that are going to want and need to get vaccinated. So I think that the vaccination rollout may take upwards of the better part of 2021, but we may have vaccines actually starting to roll out to those that most need it by the beginning of next year.
Well, thank you. I guess my sense of it is that it's really irrelevant for the conversation we need to have now and the decisions we need to make in the short term. But hoping and praying and rooting for our scientists and experts out there to help get that done. And in the future, if you need somebody to help test a vaccine, you guys know how to get a hold of me.
Great.
Okay, I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan. I know that this will be the last call for really questions. I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan. I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor. I see that Ms. Salas has a comment. Then I'm going to go back to Ms. Whelan as we turn back in and try to decide what we as a council are going to do with our reentry plan. Ms. Whelan?
Mayor, I would be happy to wait until we turn back in. and make decisions to make my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go to the Vice Mayor. I believe you have questions. If there's anyone else on council who has direct questions for the doctor, if you would indicate so. If you just have comments about when we turn back in and we have our discussion, I would ask that you hold that. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for your patience with my comments. And Doctor, thank you for being with us again. It's not often that we get to speak with you, and I really appreciate your expertise. My last question for you is a question regarding youth sports in our community. We've gotten a lot of different calls from people asking for us to allow for youth sports to take place in our community. And, you mentioned, coughing and sneezing and that way of transmission being a concern. But with the youth, we know that a lot of times they're asymptomatic, but yet they can still be carriers and spreaders of COVID. And in a team environment where they're sweating and they're breathing heavily, I'm just curious your thoughts on team sports and concerns around reopening and whether or not we should be allowing for it.
Mayor and Vice Mayor, I too have been getting those questions, and I think that a certain amount of youth sports handled in an appropriate way is absolutely possible and likely appropriate. Because of what we've been talking a lot about is trying to lower the amount of spread of the virus and protecting those at most risk. What we haven't been talking about is all the negative effects that occurs or that happens from doing all that. And one of those is not getting our kids out there and getting them active and participating in sports. I think that we absolutely can't think of, oh yeah, let's just start having full contact football and basketball in a way that we're not protecting our kids as much as possible, but most importantly, protecting those that they go home to. Now, and so what that means is we can provide a number of recommendations on, with coaches that absolutely have to maintain this. We just cannot. Like if, let's say, flag football, which is not really a full contact, although there's occasional contact, you just don't want to have purposeful contact. So not the hugging and the constant high-fiving and wearing sports gloves, those kind of things actually will help limit the amount of transmission that can occur, even though we know kids they will spread germs pretty easily. It can help lower that, but I also think it's also on the families that if you have a high-risk person in your family, your kids should not be out there having contact like that with other kids just because of what they can bring into the household. And I know that's tough and that's probably exclusionary for some, but to me, it doesn't mean that we should prevent all from participating in these types of events. So if that can be understood with the families and if the coaches can understand that it is on them absolutely to maintain these recommendations. Also with the parents on the sidelines, right? You limit to socially distance them, and the refs and whatever league we're talking about has to be able to just shut things down if people aren't going to pay attention to them. Just like you guys with public policy, if people are going to completely disregard that and start putting everybody else at risk, we got to be able to pull back. And I think that the same thing can be done with youth sports.
And I'm guessing at the end of a practice, when the coach calls everybody in for a cheer and to come together, that's probably not a good idea either.
Correct.
So maybe we can talk offline about this, or you can just follow up with some information. But something I brought up at council, I think last week, was the idea of a phased approach of opening sports back up. I know in Israel they expanded it from 2 people, I believe, to 10 people to allow to gather and play sports. And I think they're now looking at expanding that again to even a larger number, back to normal basically. But maybe there's a model you've seen that doesn't just go from on to off or off to on, that has more of a dial setting that you can adjust as appropriate, that you can share with us.
Yeah, I can't say that I've seen a model there, but I think your point is absolutely true. You don't just go from on to off. You go from off to on. You go from off to some measured on, and you make everybody's responsibility to make it right, or it's just got to be shut down, and that includes whoever's running the league. It means the coaches, the refs, the parents, and then some responsibility on these kids themselves.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, so I do not see any other questions. I want to say thank you very much, Dr. Ingenthaler, for this really thoughtful and comprehensive discussion with Council. We truly appreciate your expertise in this matter. I'm going to go to Ms. Salas, who has a comment, and then Ms. Whelan. And so we're going to turn the conversation inward now as we are talking about our reentry plan. Ms. Salas, followed by Ms. Whelan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Ingenthaler, if you're still online, I turned my camera on just to give you a big heart, profoundly grateful heart for sharing your time and expertise with us here on Council. And immensely grateful for you and your scientific genius, along with your team at TGen, for providing your experience and your scientific approach in dealing with this pandemic. And thank you for all the assistance you have provided the city, the county, Northern Arizona in general, and our reentry team. Thanks again.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. Ms. Whelan.
Well, again, gratitude to TGen, to you, Doctor, and then to staff, because in leadership. This has been a moving target for a while, and I really believe that after hearing what I heard today, but I had the sense before walking into the meeting with all the excellent feedback that we've gotten from our community and from our individuals, just trying to move us back to living life and living life safely. So I believe that it is time that we begin to shift, that we do use the recommendations that we have come up with, things like hospital capacity. I think our surge line works effectively and has been working effectively. But if we were to keep an eye on all of those things that were mentioned tonight, making sure that everyone has the capacity to be tested, the continued testing along with the contact tracing, monitoring confirmed cases and contacts, continued reduction. We're looking at the reduction or the trajectory of the trends. And I would be happy, I believe now, with those criteria in place, it is time to shift to how do we do these things and how do we do them as well as possible. And so focusing in on safety, and maybe in the beginning that safety and with the activities that can be consequenced or shut down. Because certainly as a local government, what we have found ourselves is we have control over our facilities and over the fields. So I think it's time. I think it's time that we set in place, and our reentry plan is doing that. Most businesses, most sports have a league or an association they go to understand how to open up and open up effectively. And I believe that it's time that we begin to slowly take that direction. So I'm looking at, are we focusing on safety? And with that, do we take temperature checks as maybe our employees come through? And the reentry plan is well set up. There could be a few additions, in my opinion, personal, professional equipment, all of those things. If we can put those in place and ask the people who are asking for permits and that, what would they put in place, and can they consequence it, or can they shut it down should it go not out of control, but should it not be happening the way they thought it should happen? So, Council, those are my thoughts. I'm anxious to hear what you're thinking, and I hope I've been clear. Thank you.
I would like to weigh in on that part of the conversation, Council. I'm looking at the council chat, and I do not see any other council members with comments at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and jump in. I agree, I guess in part with what Ms. Whelan has said, but I think that there's a nuance to this conversation that I want to make sure is stated very, very clearly. You know, Dr. Ingenthal talked about two different things. He actually talked about three. He talked about a monitoring criteria and what that looks like. And we looked at those things in its totality. So number of cases, percentage of positive cases, hospitalization, room in your hospital, you know, all of those medical things. He also then talked about capacity. He said, you know, you have to look at the capacity of the buildings, are the spaces that you're going to use, and really, can you do social distancing in those spaces? He mentioned a number of 10 feet rather than 6 feet. So I thought that that was very interesting. But the third thing that he talked about, I think, goes to really the heart of the conversation that we're having in the community. And I really think I think we need to put a finer point, at least in my mind, on what Council Member Whelan is saying. At least I need to, right? He talked about the social part of this and the social responsibility part of this. You know, he said even if you have 0 positive cases and your number of cases are going, 0 positive tests and your number of cases are going down, if people are not adhering to the CDC guidelines, you shouldn't be open. And so I think that that's really part of the conversation that we are going to have, and I think in a much more frank way. You know, we do have individuals that are saying that they have plans, and their plans have been made by a national organization or another group has proposed them, or they have them written down. You know, some plans talk about limiting the size of the group. Some plans talk about using a thermometer. Other plans do not. Some plans talk about mandating masks. Other plans talk about a suggestion of using a mask. And then, you know, the idea that Ms. Whelan you just mentioned was whether or not those people, at the end of the day, if those plans that they are being proposed to us are not followed, are going to shut the event down. I want to state very clearly that I'm not sure that the individuals would be willing to shut the event down. And that puts the city of Flagstaff in a very negative light if we are going to go then and enforce the concept of public health. I'm just going to use the event that happened on last Friday with the graduation ceremony. You know, the permit was pretty clear as to what the event was supposed to be. All of us were in support in this community about the seniors in this community having something to honor their last year. However, for whatever reason, you know, whether it be everybody was just super excited, it was everyone's first time out, there wasn't enough volunteers, maybe the volunteers weren't sure, whatever the reason was. At the end of the day, the city of Flagstaff turned out to be the negative ones because we had to go and enforce that, right? We were the ones that had to go and enforce the fact that what was supposed to happen was not happening. And then when we made a statement that said, by the way, you know, we understand the public perception. This was not what was supposed to happen. Then we were attacked because we were basically saying that somebody had done something wrong. So as we move forward with this conversation, or we move forward with understanding what the criteria looks like for opening, I'm going to say that we need to be very, very clear with what it is that we need to see. It needs to be in writing, and we need to be mindful of the fact that if the onus is on the group to shut it down, and they don't shut it down, and then the city is called because it's a public health issue, and it's something that we have to respond to, there needs to be, I'm not sure if it would be a citation, a penalty, or something, because that's not fair to city staff, and that's not fair to us. And so I just need to make sure I put that out there. I see that Ms. Whelan has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, that was my comment about a consequence, and whether that consequence comes from the league organizer or comes from the individual in charge of the event, or whether it needs to be consequenced at a city level, for example, what you just mentioned. But I really do believe if we get honest that there's only so much we can control, and we can control the number of people entering a facility because it is a city facility. We can control those things. And my thought is it's time to shift into how can we best do that, and how can we best walk beside our community in this whole new experience. True, the graduation ceremony, we all learned a lot from that. Parents learned a lot. Everybody involved earned a lot from that. I understand bringing up liability issues, but we do have things in place that do protect the city for those reasons, I would hope. So with that in mind, I hear what you're saying. I agree to some extent with what you're saying. And I believe that we can start moving in this direction with clear, concise, the ideas that you brought up about capacity of hospitals and things like that. I think we can take the recommendations that we heard tonight and move forward with walking beside our community in events and phasing those in. So thank you.
Okay. And I guess I just have a follow-up because I'm not sure that I'm being clear. And so I just want to be mindful of that, right? What I am saying is that if an event is permitted at some point, and we as a council have come up with what that criteria looks like. So for example, say a parking lot, and we are saying that X amount of people can be there because there needs to be 10 feet in between people, right? It is not up to the city of Flagstaff to go and police that. It is up to the individuals that got the permit. If for some reason they are not adhering to what their permit says when it comes to public health and safety, which is what we're talking about, it is not up to some arbitrary group or whoever set the policy. The policy is set by the city of Flagstaff. Okay, so that would be either a ticket or something like that that would be issued to the group. What I'm saying is I don't think it's fair to put city staff in the position of having to go out and police this, and then when they try to do corrective behavior, they get backlash because they're trying to do corrective behavior because the individuals that are holding the permit are not being responsible. So I guess that's just what I'm saying, and I see that there is, a bunch of comments, and Ms. Whelan, you want to make a reply to that? I'm just saying as we move forward, there needs to be that in there. I'm going to go to Ms. Whelan, then I see the Vice Mayor, I see Mr. Odegaard, and then we're going to go to Ms. Anderson. Ms. Whelan?
Mayor, please understand, Council, I agree with you wholeheartedly that it should not be up to the city to monitor an event that has been permitted. Thank you.
So, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'll weigh in. I appreciate the conversation so far. I think that, yeah, if we're going to talk about youth sports, we need to have a clear plan for that and enforcement, like you're talking about, Mayor and Councilmember Whelan. I do think that us being retroactive is not smart or wise or a good idea at all. And I do think that we struggle as a society with these types of changes in our cultures. And I think as soon as you get back into, like I saw a group of people playing basketball yesterday in the park, and I was dying to jump in there. And I maybe even would have if I didn't work with a vulnerable population. But it's so easy just to want to go back to the way things used to be. And I'm just really concerned that when we do allow for youth sports specifically, that's going to occur. So we'll have to talk more about that. But I just wanted to circle back to the four-week trends that Doctor talked about. And Mayor, you brought up the ensuring public participation is accurate. And I don't know how we're going to do that, but we need to keep the messaging. And I know that Heidi Hansen sent us that email with those photos of the posters downtown and businesses. And that's great. I think that, in phase 3, it does talk about requiring a mask, and maybe that needs to be adjusted. Customers may be required to wear a mask, and Mayor, maybe we can't legally do that, but that is in phase 3 language. And so I did appreciate that. But I do definitely think we need to require mask wearing of our staff, and that's all city staff, FPD, fire, the whole 9 yards. I just have seen already that slacking and have heard that folks are struggling to do that and maintain doing that. And it's just so awkward to ask someone to put a mask on and stay 6 feet away. We need to talk about that too. I don't know how we're going to handle that, but I've had to bring that up numerous times and to folks, and it's awkward, but I do it. And I think that people definitely struggle with that. And then I think temperature taking is a really good idea. If we're going to move into phase 3, I think that if we can integrate some kind of temperature taking, I think that would be a really good idea. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to, was it Mr. Odegaard and then Miss Anderson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just had just a question because I believe we're in phase 2 now. And I'm not sure when phase 3 will happen. But I did notice at parks, and I understand the big the gondolas being closed off because it attracts large groups. But I do see like the smaller picnic tables that may 6 to 8 people. If maybe those could be opened until we go to phase 3 when it seems a little more safer to do. That was my only comment. So thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to the city attorney. I apologize, Ms. Anderson. We're going to go to the city attorney, and then we're going to go to Ms. Anderson.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Just a quick clarification. When you were asking about masks, Vice Mayor and Mayor, my assumption was that you were talking about masks everywhere. Masks within city facilities can be required. However, masks everywhere.
Okay.
What I understood you were talking about.
But I have
okay, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying too, is like in our facilities, can we require masks?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we should. Go ahead, Mayor.
So then I have a follow-up with that, city attorney. Sure. So with city facilities, we can require a mask. Can we require a mask when it comes to permitting events? Like, for example, if someone were to rent out, I don't know, a basketball court for youth basketball, because it's a city facility that we're issuing a permit with, can we require mask?
That I can check into. I can tell you I wouldn't want to play basketball with a mask on. But
well, maybe that wasn't the right example, but
yeah, no. I understand where you're going. I can check into that. But as far as the ability to ask people who are coming into our facilities to wear a mask, you could require that. That said, there are going to be some people that don't have them, and are you going to turn them away? Are you going to provide them masks? It presents a lot of other issues. Practically speaking, that's up to the council, but the legal premise for it is available. Again, my understanding, and my apologies for misunderstanding, but that it was just requiring masks in general everywhere.
We are going to go to Ms. Anderson, and then I believe the city manager wants to weigh in.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I did draft up some language if you'd like to consider something to put in as the monitoring criteria. So if you'd like to look at that now, I can share my screen and you can see what you think. Or if we want to continue with the discussion, we can do that at a later point.
Let's go ahead and look at the language you have.
Hopefully be able to see this on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and make it a little bit bigger. Can you see that all right?
Yeah.
So again, try to hit the downward trajectory because again, Dr. Engelthaler spoke about looking at trends in the number of cases, hospitalizations, and death, again, over the 4 weeks. Also, I believe he spoke about the community, the business owners, and the public demonstrating the ability to follow guidelines such as the physical distancing, the wearing masks when in close spaces, and personal hygiene such as washing hands and sanitizing. And the goal of this is to help prevent serious illness and death. Also tried to capture the healthcare capacity and then the ability to test. I believe council members also added monitoring, so I added that language as well as the contact tracing. I think with a measurement such as this, for assessment by council on a fairly, not regular, but pretty regular basis. And so those would be things that we would want to talk about.
Okay. Council, are there any comments? We do have a public comment on this item. Let's go ahead and go to Ms. Drum and take public comment and then come back.
Thank you, Mayor. It just came in. This is from Jennifer Grogan. It says, I agree with what everyone is saying, but there also needs to be a timeline. Events take many months to plan, so we need lead time to cancel if necessary.
Okay. Are there any other public comments, Ms. Drum?
No, that's the only one.
Thank you. Okay, Council, let's try to get this particular item finished. Ms. Anderson, is there anything else you want to share with us? City Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council, for a very thoughtful discussion. I think we're at a point in the discussion where it would be a very appropriate segue into the plan itself, which identifies the 4 phases. And I just think I'm gathering that Council's ready to have that discussion right now. So I'm wondering if we can maybe pull up that frame in the PowerPoint and talk about the next phase of reentry. Now that we also have some helpful language by Shannon Anderson as to what kind of criteria might be utilized. I want to remind everybody that we're really just speaking of the city facilities here, and probably most important to this discussion is the outdoor facilities. That seems to be where a lot of the focus lies right now. As we talk about the indoor facilities, you will see, and I'm not going to jump ahead, I think Shannon's going to lead us through the PowerPoint, but you will see that there are very good measures in place that touch on many of the things that Council is now bringing up: masks, sanitation, hygiene, social distancing protocol and that sort of thing. So it just sounds like we're ready for that part of the discussion.
I believe we are.
I'm going to stop sharing so that Stacy can bring the presentation back up.
The presentation is back up here on the council direction slide, Shannon.
I think we're ready to advance to going.
So the next slide is the draft and monitoring criteria. So I put a draft on the board for council earlier. We certainly can come back to that if you want to advance to the next slide, Stacy. So the reentry plan really focuses on the ability for public to reenter into city facilities and properties. There's some general guidance with 4 phases that we'll go through during this presentation. There's a focus on CDC guidelines and posters that we will be placing not only in the entrances of our buildings, but as well as the employee areas. There are employee safety protocols and resources, a workplace safety checklist to help our supervisors go through the things that are going to be important as we start inviting employees back into the workplace. There are procedures for employees who believe they've been exposed to COVID, as well as those employees who have tested positive. We will be finishing up the specific city facility plans, so those will be coming to council soon. And then there's also been an email address established for the public affairs team, where if individuals have a question on the reentry plan or specific COVID questions, they can send it to this email address and staff will respond to them. Next slide. So phase 1 is when there's more significant risk of transmission and it requires a more significant level of mitigation. So this is when our facilities were closed to the public. If there was any in-person business that needed to be completed, an appointment would be made. Our outdoor sport court, park amenities, and ramadas were closed. Our customer service has been remotely, either over computer, via virtual meetings, or over the phone. Again, appointments were made, but only if we could adhere to CDC guidelines. In the situations where we could not, again, virtual meetings were used instead. We continued essential services for in person. That included, the police department, fire department, water services, building inspectors, although in some cases they have been using virtual inspections. And then again, our public works, the streets, as well as solid waste, the landfill. There are a limitation on special events and permits to 10 people at this particular stage. The public meetings were either suspended, reduced, or moved to remote virtual meetings, and that included the city council meetings, the intergovernmental meetings, as well as our boards and commissions. Travel was actually suspended during this time for all city staff and council, and then any group gathering was suspended or again moved to a virtual meeting. So next slide is phase 2, and this is a less significant risk of transmission, so we're able to reduce our mitigation efforts. So in this particular phase of the plan, you'll see that restrictions in phase 1 still apply, but we did open up in this phase outdoor park sport courts as well as amenities. This included skate parks, BMX parks, dog parks, the basketball and tennis courts, the play structures, and the swing sets. The park ramadas and the picnic tables remain closed because of their tendency to encourage crowds to congregate. We did open the visitor center for limited hours and services to respond to the public that's visiting our community, and which required furlough staff to be returned to work, both in Parks and Recreation as well as in the visitor center. There is enhanced custodial and sanitation services in those areas that we are opening up, and this included the installation of temporary restrooms in the downtown area. If we can move on to the next slide, we'll go over phase 3, where there's a moderate risk of transmission, which means that, again, we're reducing mitigation even further. The restrictions in phase 1 and 2 still apply to this portion of the plan. There are limited services in most facilities, but the hours of operation may be curtailed and building capacity may be limited. Common areas are going to remain closed, such as lobbies and seating areas, to discourage groups from congregating and interacting. The public will be encouraged to wear masks when entering city facilities, and when meeting with staff, it will be required. If the customer is not willing to wear a mask, then the staff will work with that customer in order to create remote meeting to be set up. There is increased cleaning and sanitation still in this particular phase. Sanitizing liquids and or wipes will be available throughout the building, and we will continue the intense cleaning and sanitization. Emphasis will remain on remote work, but those divisions who need to transition employees back into the workplace may do so on alternate schedules. This stage is also where you'll see the indoor recreation to begin opening. We will be working on those particular plans and bringing those to a future council meeting. Those will be the site-specific plans. Special meetings and permits will be limited to 50 individuals until council determines the appropriate time to allow for larger groups up to the 250 in alignment with CDC guidelines. There will continue to be remote public meetings, and travel will be restricted to those jurisdictions that have moderate or significant transmission of COVID. So we are not traveling to other places and bringing it back to our community. And again, at this phase, we'll be encouraging individuals to wear masks, but it wouldn't be a requirement unless there's an in-person meeting with city staff. And if individuals didn't want to do that, we could make alternate arrangements. Moving on to phase 4. The next slide shows that there's a lower risk of transmission in phase 4, and it requires low mitigation. We look at this particular phase as the end of the COVID pandemic. Majority of the operations will resume. This means that employees will phase out their use of PPE, but will continue to monitor the CDC guidelines to see what best practices are. Public meetings will return to a regular basis, including council meetings, intergovernmental meetings, as well as boards and commissions. They may adopt new protocols and provisions based on what we've learned over the first 3 phases. And during this phase, it will be important to monitor for any reoccurrences. As we heard from Dr. Ingoldfaller today, as well as what we've been reading, is monitoring for reoccurrences is just as important, so we're catching things soon or early. If we can move on to the next slide. I think something that is been very important and been a topic of the conversation are special events and permits. You'll see in our particular phased reentry program that they are phased in size based on the number of people at the gathering. So we're trying to follow the CDC guidelines, moving from the 10 to the 50, and then limiting the large or mass gathering to under 250. The permits section of this particular statement does include tournaments as well as youth sports. So we are wanting direction to ensure that we are comfortable with allowing tournaments and youth sports to follow that language along with the special events. We understand from our last conversation with council is that we will also not be sponsoring any large private events during these early stages of the reentry plan because we do not want to encourage large group gatherings. One of the questions that staff has had most recently is what about the marketing of these types of attraction and events? So this would be a time for council to maybe have this conversation, or we could come back at the end of the presentation and talk about special events and permits as well.
Let's come back at the end. Let's go through the rest of the presentation and come back and handle that specifically.
Sounds good. So on the next slide, you'll actually see the CDC guidelines. So these are the 2 of the posters, again, that we are recommending that are posted at all of our facility entrances, as well as in the employee areas. We believe it's important to tell people how to appropriately wear masks. And then again, the important steps of, to stop the spread of the germs, the physical distancing, if you have to cough or sneeze, again, not touching your face, keeping areas clean, washing your hands, and staying home when sick. So that is the two posters that we are suggesting. And then the last slide really just goes over some of the workplace safety items.
Shannon? Hello?
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm glad to finish. This is the last slide, and I'm glad to walk through this very fast. I'm sure Shannon will hop back on as soon as she's able.
Okay, thank you.
The employee and workplace safety, and again, these are items that were given a lot of attention by the reentry team. Common areas and shared devices, proper sanitizing throughout the day, common areas restricted, social distancing upheld in all instances in the public facilities, wearing a mask when in public. And what that means is, if we're working individually in our offices, we do not have to don the mask. If we're walking down the hall and meeting with a fellow employee, the mask needs to be on. Certainly, if we're meeting with the public, the mask has to be on. And then back to Shannon's earlier comment, we will ask our visiting guests to wear masks. We might even have some available if they choose not to wear a mask. And if we don't have protective shields in place, i.e. at service counters, we very well may ask to set up that meeting remotely with the public. Wearing eye protection or face shields when applicable, gloves when applicable. Reference was made to checking temperatures. The group was thinking that that would likely be a voluntary measure, but we would have the infrastructure in place, the instruments in place for that to happen. Certainly, if we think that an employee may be exhibiting symptoms or may be sick, that can be a different story, and that person could be sent home. We will emphasize practicing good hygiene throughout and disinfecting our work areas. We will, of course, promote employee training. We do have the workplace safety checklist. We also have a very thoughtfully orchestrated or illustrated set of procedures for when exposure does happen and when employees do test positively. And I believe that is the end of this. I think if I may, Mayor and Council, the areas of particular attention for further council discussion would be, do we want it, and going back to the doctor's comments about outside, do we want to visit, but right now we are in phase 2. Do we want to think about phase 2 and expanding upon some of those allowances? And if so, what does that look like? Do we want to have a discussion about, do we incorporate the modified language that Shannon had drafted as criteria for going to our next phase, phase 3, and just getting council input on that, and then of course the special permits and events.
Okay. So there's 3 things we're looking at. The first one had to do with the criteria. The second one, I'm sorry, I skipped over. I had criteria and I had special events. There was another one as well, City Manager.
Yes, Mayor, and I'm just I'm going back to Dr. Egenthaler's comments about doing things outside. You know, he was asked specific questions about sports events, small events that do not require a lot of people, or to his words, where social distancing can be required successfully. In other words, there's enough spatial capacity to enable that social distancing. Does council want to revisit where we are in phase 2 and consider additional allowances, or are we comfortable where we are right now?
So the question, council, as was stated by the city manager, you know, for tonight, we were specifically talking about where we are now. Do we want to go back and assess that, or do we want to have that conversation later? I'm waiting for council to weigh in. Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm fine with Ms. Anderson's suggestion, and if somehow there could be a timeline incorporate maybe where we revisited things. I know that seemed like Ms. Anderson's seemed like it kind of lends itself to a timeline. That there was a question from the public concerning, and then everything is fine. I would say the phase 3 would kind of somehow tie in with Miss Anderson's suggestion. But I do go back to my request in phase 2 that we are in. I know picnic tables was roped off, I guess. And I understand the ramadas because that congregates people. But I was in Bow and Arrow Estates the other day on Sunday, and I think there was only 2 or maybe 3 picnic tables, but they were very well spaced apart. And I was wondering if it makes sense to open those picnic tables that people just cannot congregate because they're spread apart and etc. And the picnic tables only lends itself to 6 or 8 people. But if that's fine, that's more of an operational ask, I guess. And but I'm good with everything that's been presented. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Ms. Whelan, followed by Mr. McCarthy, followed by the Vice Mayor.
I would support moving into the third phase, but first criteria would need to be very clear, and I would also suggest that we look at permitting. I think our criteria we have down, and now we just need to look at permitting. What do we feel as though should be on that permit? But I think we're ready to go into the next phase.
Okay, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I do think that allowing people to sit at picnic tables in our parks that are not right next to each other, like in a ramada, would be fine. I do agree with keeping the restrictions on ramadas because, as you pointed out, or someone pointed out, it brings large crowds. I'm fairly comfortable with where we're at right now, actually. I think we're a long way from saying that this thing is over or it's safe to go out. So I would say we would stay at phase 2, but with the change about picnic tables. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember McCarthy, I feel similarly to you. I feel okay with a lot of phase 3. My concerns about phase 3, though, are that indoor recreation begins to stage open, and I don't think that should be done at all, in my opinion. I don't think we're there yet. And also with the permits, if we're going to increase the number of individuals allowed in a permitted events, I think maybe going to 20 or 30 people versus 50 might be an appropriate next step. Like we heard in the public comments, we don't want to be giving false information and false messages about, okay, we're good to go. Oh, wait, no, we're not, and keep flip-flopping. I think we still haven't seen the ripple effect of the reopening hit us yet. And we're still in the honeymoon of the stay-at-home order. And then I think we definitely need to require mask wearing in our facilities and within the city buildings and efforts, and have masks that we give out to the public so that they can all have access to a mask. And then lastly, I also think that we should consider integrating temperature taking into our practices for city operations. Thank you.
I'm going to go to the city manager, then I'm going to go back to Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. We are really getting into the meat of it, and I appreciate the conversation. I wanted to respond to the comment about indoor rec facilities. That topic has garnered so much attention with the team. The reason it's referenced in phase 3, if you and we don't have to put it back up, but the operative language is that those facilities may open at some point in phase 3. I think there's a very strong assumption that they're not going to open right away in phase 3, but rather over time, and only when the site-specific plans that will be coming back to council are well vetted and there's a level of comfort with opening those facilities. So even phase 3 has a bit of some stages that occur in the opening of the aquaplex and the indoor rec facilities would not happen at the commencement of phase 3. It would happen at some point subsequent. Thank you.
Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, City Manager Clifton, for that crystal clear clarification. As we are here tonight to, adopt the city's flags reentry plan, I am enthused into entering into a phase 3, which is more like a calibrated phase 3 with the recommendation of Dr. Engelthaler and the language that was put forth by Deputy City Manager Anderson. Thank you.
Mr. Aslan, followed by Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Boy, there seems to be a lot of nuance to all this, and I'm having a little bit of a difficulty tracking that, but that's okay. I'm very comfortable with the phased approach as it's been laid out. I'd rather keep my thinking sort of more broadly stroked. I'm glad we're moving out of, clearly we've moved out of phase 1. It seems to me that phase 2 is an appropriate place to be, and I think there's a couple of reasons why. I think the science still underlies that, and also just psychologically, I think we need to stay in a holding pattern for now, so that we're not sending the wrong messages to a confused public, a very large part of which has demonstrated a total appetite for reverting back to normal in what my opinion is too quickly. There's the other side of all that too, and I just wanted to mention this. I really believe there's a lot we can do, and a lot it's incumbent upon us to do as a city to mitigate the spread of the coronavirus. There's not a lot we can do to prevent it, and collectively, I would hope that our thinking strongly understands that our role is one of mitigation and not one of rescuing the public from themselves and overly monitoring behavior and keeping coronavirus outside the gates, so to speak. I think that was pretty clear from Dr. Engelthaler that our task is one of mitigation. The phased approach seems very appropriate to me, and I think that some of the finer details are always debatable. That's not really where my mind is at right now. My mind is at this place of we seem to be getting ahead of this thing. Let's stay there. Let's act cautiously and judiciously and not too quickly. And let's make sure the public is understanding the role that they need to play themselves in making all of this a success, or else we're going to start slipping back down the phases again.
We have Ms. Whelan, followed by Ms. Drum.
I want to say thank you. I totally agree with you, Councilmember Aslan. Also, the points that you brought up, Vice Mayor, of perhaps limiting those numbers to a more comfortable piece and then setting criteria to moving it from 30 to 50 or whatever. I really think the power is going to be in our individual site plans. And I would rely on those individuals running those sites to come up with very mindful plans. I would like to see the temperature taking of our employees to protect them. And I would like you to consider possibly taking the temperatures of those individuals entering the aquaplex to protect not only the community, but the employees. So I hope you have, staff, you have that dialogue as to what you want to do and really tighten up the site plan. And maybe at first starting over protective, and at least we can phase back from that rather than lesser and then kicking in more regulations. I really think there's, I agree with you, Councilmember Aslan. It is not our mandate, nor can we clearly, set the parameters. Powers have been taken away from local councils, and we're not getting those back in the near future. So what we can do, though, is this phase approach. We can model the behavior that we would like to see. I believe in all our advertising. It should always state that we are requesting masks, social distancing, all of that in every piece. So thank you.
Ms. Drum, I believe you have a public comment.
Yes, we have one more public comment on this item, and it reads, does council feel that no large events will happen in 2020? I'm okay with that. I just want some direction on what you're really thinking about the rest of 2020. Thank you.
And do we know who that came from?
Yes, my apologies. That one is also from Jennifer Grogan.
Okay. I believe that is what council is discussing now, is the different phases, which would dictate that. So, City Manager, when I look at the conversation that we've had, it seems like all the council members are agreeing to the criteria as outlined by Ms. Anderson. I do see that there is Ms. Whelan and Ms. Salas have suggested that we need to be looking at phase 3. I see that we have Mr. Odegaard, Mr. McCarthy, the Vice Mayor, and Mr. Aslan that are saying that we need to be staying at phase 2, that is appropriate phase for us to currently be in. I see, City Manager, that you have a comment.
Yes, Mayor, and you segued into it beautifully. Thank you. I just want the entire council to know that we at the staff, our intent was to inform this discussion and have a workable reentry plan, but we are not advocating that it is time for going to phase 3. We think rather that having fairly good, well-defined criteria that guides us toward that direction is exactly what we wanted, and that's where council has been lending a lot of discussion, so thank you. I just want you to know, however, that there's no nudge here that we should be going into phase 3. We think that should be a very careful decision when it does occur, and we think we have pretty good guidance as to when that does occur. I will share with council and the mayor that this conversation tonight is relevant and timely on a number of fronts, but not the least of which is that things are changing so rapidly out there, as we all know. And we, like the council, have been fielding a lot of questions as to when things will be opening and when facilities will be opening. So this gives us some very good guidance, and thank you.
Okay. So with that and understanding what council's majority is, can we get a motion on adopting this City of Flagstaff reentry plan?
So moved, Mayor.
I saw Mr. Odegaard, so I'm going to take
I'll
Mr.
second
Odegaard.
that.
Okay. Mr. Odegaard has made the motion, and the Vice Mayor has second. the adoption of the City of Flagstaff reentry plan is presented. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to say, Mayor, that is correct. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any
Mayor,
further discussion?
yes.
Wheeler?
The part that I'm questioning is what was the end of that motion?
The end of the motion, the way I understood it, is that the Mr. Odegaard is made a motion that we adopt the City of Flagstaff reentry plan as recommended.
Well, we have made changes, and just to make sure that those changes are in that motion.
I believe that the change was actually setting the criteria for the plan. Mr. Odegaard, would you like to include that in your motion?
That is correct, with Ms. Anderson's guidance language.
And Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
I second that.
Okay. Thank you for that, Ms. Whelan. We do have a comment by Mr. McCarthy.
So I just want to point out that the criteria that Ms. Anderson did, was kind of more guidelines. It wasn't specific. If this happens, boom, then this happens. And I think those were good guidelines. But the bottom line is, before we go to phase 4, we will have to use judgment and survey what's going on using the things that were in her words. But the bottom line is, it's not an easy yes or no. It will take judgment, and that will have to happen when it happens. So I will support this motion on the table.
Are there any other comments, Council? I do have one comment to add to the discussion. I want to say thank you, first of all, to all staff that worked on this, Ms. Anderson, City Manager. I also want to say thank you to Heidi Hansen's team, who has been very helpful in coming up with printed materials, the videos and whatnot. I do think that as we move forward, with the understanding that we can't stop COVID, right? And that our residents play a huge role in really limiting the issue here in our community, whether it increases or whether it diminishes. There needs to be a very concerted effort when it comes to, I guess, communicating with the public regarding COVID. I would ask that this particular conversation that we had with Dr. Inglethal, if there's a way we can actually pull this out of the main meeting and have it as a standalone click on our website so people can really understand what he was saying. He is an expert. He is here in Flagstaff about COVID, how it spreads, how we can limit that, and what our roles are as individuals. Because we have a personal responsibility with this. Government can only do so much. It really comes down to each and every individual doing their part. Something else I think was very important that he talked about was the issue of mask and why it is important to wear a mask. I thought it was very interesting that he used the word respect. And he said, it is respectful for us to wear a mask to ensure that the individuals that we are interacting with, that we're not getting them sick. And that is part of being in a society. So while I know that wearing masks are uncomfortable, I know that council has also made the statement that we need to try to monitor or mirror what we want to see. And so I just think that was a very interesting conversation that I hope the broader public can listen to. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Well, that motion does carry. Thank you. So we are at 6:07. We are going to take a break. We will be back at 6:15, and we will pick up with item number 8B. Thank you.
This execution is important. The media mix is necessary to reach audiences in multiple ways and on different platforms and in different day parts. So perhaps, Vice Mayor, the media that you're exposed to is probably going to be different, maybe in whole or maybe in parts, than the media that maybe Council Member Aslan might consume and might be different than that of the mayor's. So it's just really important to know that that's why a media mix is so important. So you're going to hear me refer to a billboard too as out of home, and there are other out of home tactics, but in this particular case, if you hear me say out of home, I am referencing the board. This board allows us great presence with our #1 drive market, and we just heard so much about this pandemic and how so many of our businesses and our stakeholders are suffering as a result of it. But we know that our drive market, those Phoenicians, that Metro Phoenix market is going to be the first to support Flagstaff. And we also have to know that that competition is tough. We have to stay top of mind, and we have to do it responsibly. And I'm going to show you, and many of you know what we've done as far as keeping that sentiment safe. But if we don't do it, other mountain towns will. And in this district, I can share that destinations, including Cottonwood, Wickenburg, and Tucson, and there's been others that have advertised in the Legends District. So the purpose of the billboard is to cast a wide net. We want to reach a broad and targeted audiences. These boards are purposeful in building brand, which is ultimately creating that emotional connection. So in the Legends District location, Discover Flagstaff receives impressions. Our audience are our visitors, they're the commuters, and they're the locals. They're the business people, they're the event goers. You get the idea. So we began this relationship with Legends because of the format. The format is important. The Legends District is specially licensed by the City of Phoenix. It allows us to really show our destination, and it allows us to demonstrate core values. So this is the current creative that we're talking about, and this is in downtown Phoenix at the intersection of 4th Street and Jefferson. So we talked about the core values. This is demonstrating the core values of Flagstaff. It's that mountain town. But in addition, it's allowing us to show people how to visit responsibly. And the responsible message here is the dog on a leash. So we know people travel with their pets, and on our website, the number, amongst the many pages that are top landing pages, it is our doggone friendly. It's our pet friendly landing page. So it's incredibly relevant. And what I want to demonstrate here is on the top image, this is a draft of our board. This is not live, but this is showing how we can adapt the creative. The image on the bottom is actually the creative that's live right now. And in the lower left-hand corner on the top image, you can see what was referenced earlier when we were talking about the phased opening of the city and COVID. And this is the stay, play, distance, and mask responsibly. And there was discussion around this, and I appreciate the support and the appreciation of the graphic. This is one way. It's a draft of how we can leverage this board and adhere or apply some relevant messaging. It would have to be an element that can change, because as you know, with the various phases of COVID, we have been nimble beyond nimble, and we've changed and converted messages to be parallel with the sentiment that's necessary throughout the duration of the phases of COVID. Here is another perspective of the billboard. The board measures 18 feet by 84 feet. And why that's important in this conversation is the Legends District, again, is a district that allows artful marketing executions. A normal billboard, an average billboard, will measure 14 feet by 48 feet. So in general, it's more than double the size. So a normal billboard is probably going to be at maybe 700 square feet. and this board is close to 1,500 square feet. Another benefit of the Legends District is the benefit of pace. So we have walking traffic, pedestrian traffic, we have car traffic, and this is definitely a walkable area. And again, think about downtown Phoenix. It's the business people, it's the residents, it's the visitors who are going to the baseball stadium, Chase Field, or perhaps Talking Stick Arena for some basketball, both women's and men's, concerts. And then Vice Mayor Shimoni, you had mentioned earlier that it's awkward to ask someone to wear a mask. And then going backward, I just want to share that, hopefully with the strategy here is that we can help remove some of that awkwardness and set that expectation. And then
exactly.
Great.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And then Councilmember Whalen, you had mentioned that it's imperative that we include that safe travel sentiment. Please be assured that your Discover Flagstaff team is being very responsible. I'm sure that you have seen some of the pivoting that we have done since mid-March to be responsible. And, I live here too. And we want that safe travel. And these sentiments are being applied not only on this example of a tactic, but it's above or it's on our website in multiple forms, and it's in our videos, it's on our social media. We are pushing out that responsibility. So please feel comfortable with that. This board receives almost 14 million annual impressions. That's a lot of impressions in our #1 drive market. There's about 3 million people who attend sports events downtown. Just a little over 1 million that attend theaters, the various theaters, whether it's ballet, could be symphony. How about the annual convention attendees? There are 300,000 of those. And so many of us have traveled. We know that on the front end or the back end of a business trip, people want to travel. And we've got that Grand Canyon right here in our backyard. Great opportunity to encourage that visitation. And at Talking Stick Arena alone, there are 330 annual events. So speaking of events, this is another example of an execution of a marketing event that happens downtown. I don't have all the specifics around this particular event, but it's safe to say it's an auto show, and there are a lot of people that attend auto shows. And this talks about the different modes of transportation around that 4th Street and Jefferson location. And you just can't miss the Flagstaff message. And the Legend Districts operates, as I had mentioned, within that special City of Phoenix entitlement area. And this is what makes this board and this placement so special. The unique marketing executions. And then, Legends just really helps Flagstaff stand out from the clutter. There's so many messages. Not even just downtown, it's wherever we go. And it's important to stand out from the clutter, and this definitely allows us to do so. So where is this board? You heard me mention 4th Street and Jefferson, and you can see our board and exactly where this is. The positioning of this board geographically is fabulous. It's between the Talking Stick Resort Arena as well as Chase Field. And then there's just a plethora of other opportunities around that with parking garages, as I mentioned, the Symphony Hall, Major League Baseball, NBA, the Rattlers also play over there. So just great positioning. And then also, so who else in Flagstaff or Northern Arizona is taking advantage of the foot traffic and the impressions delivered in this Legends District. Our friends at NAU are so much, in fact, that they have 3 permanent locations, digital locations, and then they also have a static board. And then Arizona Snowball has also been here previously. And then again, additional destinations within Arizona have also been here. This is just giving you a little glimpse, a little insight as far as some of the executions that NAU has delivered. This is great news. So what we're looking at here is a new billboard, and we're not paying for this billboard. This is a value add. A lot of our media partners are stepping up with the asks from the team to deliver Flagstaff more, to leverage those relationships. And this board actually is a photo that was taken yesterday. And I do want to point out, I didn't take the picture, but I think what's important is looking at the cars. Just the traffic count is amazing. But you've got the gray Nissan in the middle. I think that is a Nevada license plate, and then to the left, the tan car. It's a New Jersey license plate, and it just really displays the kind of visitor that's here, the local that's here. It's just great eyes on impressions, and again, this was at no charge. In addition to our partnership with Legends, they continue to bring added value, and we'll get to this on the budget page. But one thing that is not on the budget page that I do want to share is that not only is this board an added value as of recent, but they're also a sponsor of our annual meeting with our tourism and business stakeholders. They're just great partners. So budget, we're asking for $78,000 annually. It's a 2-year contract. This would be payable in FY21 and FY22. And again, the appointed tourism commissioners have recommended this. In regards to negotiating, we do have a 25% discount off the current rate card, and there haven't been any increases. So we've been on this board for the better part of 4 years. I believe this would be our third 2-year commitment with that. And then Legends will provide a creative change out for one time, and that's a value of $15,000. So the Discover Flagstaff team is mighty. We're strategic and we're responsible. And at some point, we just need to understand too that Phoenicians are coming to Flagstaff. They're coming. And some of them are going to be exposed to our marketing messages, some won't. But I think what we need to understand and really embrace is this particular tactic is an opportunity, and it will help us educate. I heard that a lot in some of the subjects earlier. It'll help us educate how we want Phoenix to come to Flagstaff and visit responsibly.
Lori, if I may. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. I just want for the public to know that we're not requesting additional monies. This is already in our base budget.
Okay. Great. I do see a comment. Mr. Aslan?
Thank you, Mayor. Heidi, I was just going to give you the opportunity to state that. I think it's important to state, and I appreciate you bringing it up in the chat box. Wanted to make sure it was public. But since I'm here, I might as well make a couple comments. I suppose I'll lower my guard a little bit and just do what I'm supposed to do up here, and which is let you guys in on the way that I think about things and how I make decisions. There's a part of me, the private citizen part of me, who's really not interested in advertising Flagstaff to potential tourists. It's nice to have one of the best kept secrets out there, and there's a certain amount of risk to opening that up. On the other hand, I just want to sit with that there for a minute, because it's definitely a part of my psyche. But I am a public official. I represent the residents of Flagstaff and the city of Flagstaff, and a large part of that is the commercial aspect of Flagstaff. We're definitely a tourism town. We have a strong tourism industry, and we need that to thrive in order for those of us who live here to experience and enjoy the best that Flagstaff has to offer. And I think that's just an important sort of both and dynamic to sit with and to point out. I have no problem with a billboard campaign like this. I think it's very important we're not spending new money on it. I don't know that it's always necessary. If it is necessary, I think right now is this sort of time in which we want to keep Flagstaff in people's minds. And we want to be encouraging of our neighbors to the south to remember who we are. And, you know, I think there's a value, an existence value to a campaign like this that goes beyond attracting tourists into town. And one of the reasons perhaps maybe I'm cynical about not wanting to attract tourists to town, and I think this is a valid point, is that we're going to get tourists in Flagstaff no matter what. And there's a debate about, you know, our capacity to handle them. I do think that there's a value to this campaign that goes beyond that. And that's just in the simple fact of branding Flagstaff. As someone who is very proud of our community and very proud of our town, there are good reasons to be broadcasting our ethos and our vibe and our culture out into the world, even if it's not to attract visitors and tourists. So anyway, just thinking out loud about all of that, I think all of that's sort of an aside with regard to tonight's conversation. And I'll leave my thoughts there.
Okay. I'd like to go ahead and take public comment, and then I'll come back to Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. The first comment we have reads, Dear Council, as chairwoman of the Flagstaff Tourism Commission and industry partner of Discover Flagstaff, I would like to express my support for continuing our relationship with the Legends District Billboard. This is our #1 market for attracting out-of-town visitation, and the location is ideal, in the heart of the entertainment district and in front of major sporting and concert venues. Additionally, Discover Flagstaff has negotiated preferred pricing and lots of added value. This marketing placement is important in the recovery of our tourism economy. The Tourism Commission voted at its recent virtual meeting and has recommended continuation of this billboard, and we feel it is in keeping with the best and highest use of funds. Thank you for your consideration. Linda Fleischer, Chairwoman, Flagstaff Tourism Commission. We have one more. Dear Flagstaff City Council, I'm honored to be a Flagstaff Tourism Commissioner and partner of Discover Flagstaff. Tourism is a vital portion of our economy and will be key to Flagstaff's recovery as we come back from COVID-19. As a small business owner who has recently reopened our doors, I am appreciative that the majority of my customer base has been from Phoenix, Scottsdale market. The commonalities seem to be getting out of the heat, out of the house, and driving instead of flying. I greatly support continuing our relationship with the Legends District Billboard. With a 2-hour scenic drive to Flagstaff, the Phoenix area is an ideal location for our marketing efforts. The billboard is perfectly positioned in the heart of the entertainment district and in front of major sporting and concert venues. It is a beautiful message evoking the emotion of a relaxed weekend getaway in the high country with us, rather than neighboring communities such as Prescott and Sedona. Flagstaff is known for its charming locally owned businesses, and those businesses need our tourists to survive. We do not need to promote Flagstaff on billboards near Flagstaff. Those of us already here know the value of this great community. Discover Flagstaff has negotiated preferred pricing and lots of added value. This marketing placement is important in the recovery of our tourism economy. The Tourism Commission has recommended continuation of this billboard, and we feel it is in keeping with the best and highest use of funds. Thank you for your consideration, Jennifer Rowley, Tourism Commissioner. That is the last comment.
Thank you, Ms. Drum. Mr. McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to say that I do support advertising, especially in the market down in Phoenix. I think it's an excellent idea. This billboard is 18 by 84. My first 2 houses were smaller than that. This thing is ginormous. It's going to cost us $78,000 a year. Maybe that's justified. I don't know. I heard a lot of talk about core values and responsibility. This community, by that I mean Flagstaff, we spent many years and a lot of money getting rid of billboards along Route 66 and other places. It is the policy of this city to not allow billboards. So yet here we're going to say we're going to try to put up 2 billboards in Phoenix about Flagstaff. That's completely contrary to the values that we have in our sign ordinance, in our zoning code, and in our history. So it's actually completely hypocritical. So, easy decision. I'm a no vote on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to commend staff for putting this forward and securing a 25% discount from the current rate card on this deal. And additionally, was able to have the vendor cover the cost of vinyl production costs for one new creative change out. So I am ready to make a motion, Madam Mayor. I recommend the approval of the 2-year renewal of the Legends Entertainment District advertising agreement with Discover Flagstaff in the amount of $78,000 per year for FY21 and 22, which is the same amount as previously approved by City Council for FY18 to 20 for the same downtown Phoenix billboard placement. Thank you.
This is Charlie, a second.
There's been a motion made by Ms. Salas and a second by Mr. Odegaard. Vice Mayor, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Just wanted to double check. I believe I heard correctly and understand correctly, but we don't have any lidded boards ourselves. You just said that NAU does, correct?
Vice Mayor, I'm not quite sure of your question. Could you please restate?
Yeah, we don't have any LCD panel boards ourselves.
LCD panel boards in Phoenix?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, the one
Yes.
that we're talking about is not a lit board, and we knew this from years before. I believe the one that Lori was showing you that was added value is a Lori, isn't that what board is that?
Hi, yes, that was an added value board, no charge.
No charge. So we don't pay for any lit boards.
Well, we do have lit boards, is what you're saying?
Excuse me?
We do have lit boards?
I believe the added value one is that a rotating board, not a static board, Lori?
That is correct.
Correct. So we are using that as another way to message to keep the brand out. But we definitely don't pay for that. We've heard councils from years past that they are not interested in us having lit boards, so we do not do lit boards. We do not pay for lit boards, to be really clear.
Okay, so I support everything we're talking about and appreciate the presentation. I also appreciate Councilmember McCarthy's comments. I will be voting in favor of this tonight, but if we were paying for lit boards, I would struggle with that myself. Thank you all.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lori and Heidi, for the presentation. And I'm really glad that you picked up on what my message was, because in the packet that I got, it did not have the message of wearing masks or anything like that. So I appreciate that it was in this presentation. And I would like to see it on all the boards that we're going to be on. I wonder about the length of this contract. Could we have a year at a time? And I was also pondering, how much do we actually have to advertise to Phoenicians in Tucson and people who live in that area? I think people know Flagstaff, and I think people know about Flagstaff. So just some pondering that I'd like to hear your ideas about. It is a lot of money. And we really don't know where we're going. Can we cancel this contract? Under what terms can we cancel it? So those are the things that I'd like to know about. Thank you.
Ms. Jansen?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Whelan, we were asked when BBB was established, it was established for tourism, so that a destination marketing organization like Discover Flagstaff could be the marketers for the entire community. That's why the whole BBB started when it did, and why we used to get 48.5% of the BBB. Because people understand that it costs a lot of money to market, but not to just market as a destination, but to basically market the right message. And so, for instance, like Lori was sharing before, we've been incredibly nimble during this COVID-19 crisis. And without that messaging from Discover Flagstaff, we would have even more people up here visiting without masks, not social distancing, and really not having a great visit because they weren't warned ahead of time or they weren't instructed ahead of time. So now more than ever, we need to be marketing the destination to make sure that when we are rebounding, that we are helping our businesses rebound quicker. But while we are not asking them to come up here in droves, what we're telling them is we know that you still will. There's people that have already come here before. They've enjoyed themselves. They're going to come again. And it is our job right now to message to them the stay, play, distance, and mask responsible message. So I think more than ever, we need to have marketing. We need to be full swing on our marketing, and we definitely need to be doing it in different, in several areas. And this billboard is a great place to market that message. And it would be something that we would be adding to the board that's existing. Lori, I'm going to let you answer some of the other questions Councilmember Whelan asked, and Trace, if you'd like to chime in, please feel free to do so.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you, Heidi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. We also want to keep at the top of mind awareness in Metro Phoenix, because we know Phoenix is the fastest growing city in the country. So we've got 25,000 new eyeballs, I guess that'd be 50,000 eyeballs, coming into Phoenix annually. We've got to stay top of mind because, like I said, and like we know, if we're not competitive, other destinations will be. And instead of coming to Flagstaff and assisting in enjoying our microbreweries and taking advantage of some of our arts and our Lowell Observatory and appreciating our dark skies with us, they're going to go elsewhere. And then Phoenix is the 5th largest city in the country. So it's the fastest growing city and it's the 5th largest city. So we do need to be in front of them. And Tucson is definitely a growing market. Our Google Analytics indicate that they are also coming up here a little more frequently, and it is important that we get in front of that market as well. That drive market is going to be the first market that helps us rebound in this COVID. Research has shown us that the average trip is going to be just a little under 600, I believe it's 600 miles this year. and it's going to, chances are it's going to be a drive trip. So, we want to get our city back on its feet. We need to help the economic vitality of our residents and provide them the programs that we're accustomed to providing them.
And Lori, with that figure of the 600 miles, Councilmember Whelan, knowing that people are going to be driving here because they feel safer driving to somewhere close to get away, we need to be in front of them messaging the safety.
So Heidi and Lori, what you're saying is that message will be on both of those boards that we're speaking about today.
Mayor, Councilmember Whelan, we will be adding those messages. We've been adding that message, that badge, since we debuted it to you about a week and a half ago on all of our other print and digital material. We're adding it to our website in several different areas, and we will be talking to Legends about that as well.
Thank you. And could you also speak to the contract, and could we just pare it down to 1 year? And how do we get out of the contract if needed?
I think that would have to be council majority if the council was interested in doing that. I'm not sure that we have council majority to scale it back to 1 year.
I'm asking if it could be done, Mayor.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Councilmember Whelan, this is Lori. Contracts can be negotiated. What I can share is that we would lose the creative, that value add that I was talking to earlier, so that there's a $15,000 value when we change creative, and that is a cost that was negotiated. So when we were negotiating this contract, of course, I had that conversation 1 year and 2 year. The fact that they did not raise their price for the 2 year contract plus the $15,000 value add, the annual cost would definitely be impacted, and I would have to go back to the vendor to find out what that cost would be. And then I do know that we would lose that $15,000 value add for the creative change.
So what's concerning me, Lori, is that number one of the City of Flagstaff addendum that is attached in the packet says cancellation for conflict of interest is 3 years. So I'm just asking if and when we would have to, what are the grounds or what are the details on cancellation of the contract?
Councilmember Whelan, by chance, is there a team member from procurement on this call? It's been my experience working with procurement, and the addendum that you're looking at is a step that's necessary by procurement to protect the city in various situations. My experience tells me that the city is protected for a cancellation, but I need to either revisit that contract or see perhaps if there's somebody from procurement on this Teams meeting that could help me out with this.
I guess I would say, that we could go down the sidewalk and talk about what that looks like. But I have not heard from council, a majority of council that's interested in this. And I think that we are spending time on something that perhaps the majority of council is not interested in. So I'm going to ask that we perhaps see if there's any more questions, Ms. Whelan, specific to the contract. And then if there is council interest in 1 year, then we can come back to this.
I have no further questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ward?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Trace Ward, CVB Director. Just want to thank everyone for their discussion on this topic, and wanted to let you know that we've been intimately involved in negotiations with the Legends District now for 4 years, and they negotiate contracts based on a 2-year length of time. Part of the reason why is because this is very prime real estate down there, and it's static. It's not a digital board. So it's not as easy as just, as changing them out. So that's why they do 2 years, and that's why we get the preferred pricing that we get. The other thing I would point out is that there's things, looking at this, there's things of what's possible, and then there's what's likely. And we've been advertising Flagstaff for 40 years. So I can't think of a scenario that we wouldn't be able to put up a message that met the times, whatever those times might be. So I just don't think there's a lot of likelihood that we would need to cancel. That's just my opinion. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So council, if there's not any more comments, I'm looking for a motion so we can move on to the next item.
Mayor, we already have a motion and I second it.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
It's just a vote.
Okay. So we have a motion, and there was a motion by Ms. Salas, and there was a second by Mr. Odegaard. So we were having conversation. Is there further conversation? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
McCarthy, no.
We will make sure that that is noted. Thank you. We're now down to item number C. This is consideration and approval of lease agreements. Agreements of the Flagstaff City Airport leases and hangar permits to offer rent abatement from a minimum of 3 months or a maximum of 3 months due to the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Staff's recommend actions that we approve the lease amendments with all of the airport tenants to abate rent for 3 months or 6 months. The copies of those lease amendments were attached to our agenda. And to approve hangar permit amendments with all the hangar attendants to abate rent for 3 or for 6 months, and to authorize the airport director to administratively approve these amendments. And a sample of that amendment was attached. Staff?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Stacy Reckler-Nags, Grants and Contracts Manager. This item was presented back in May 19th, 2020. However, at that time, it was only for lease amendments for tenants that requested an abatement. And now this staff summary is for all leases and all hangar tenants. I also would like to emphasize that that this is for tenants large and small businesses, so all airport tenants. We have included in the staff summary 3 options, one being option 1 for 3 months, option 2 for 6 months, and option 3 for no abatement at all. Staff at this time is recommending a 6-month abatement for April through September. That equals to about $620,000 that we would not receive in those revenues, but that would be covered with our $18 million CARES Act grant that's for operating expenses. And then I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Heidi at this time to talk a little further about the CARES funds and airport commercial airline service.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. We just thought it would be important to note that seemed to be missed by us at the last council meeting where we discussed this item, was that it is important for you to know, and it is found on the FAA CARES Act website, that the reason why Flagstaff Airport was granted $18.1 million is because we have commercial air service. And so commercial air service is being derived by American and United Airlines. Without that service, we would not have received millions. A good comparison is the Scottsdale Airport or the Deer Valley Airport, which are airports about our size, but only have general aviation service. They only received $157,000. So I wanted to make sure that you understand the distinction between why our airport got millions versus other airports in Arizona that are our size, but only have general aviation getting only in the hundreds of thousands. Any questions throughout this presentation, please don't stop us, but we wanted to make sure that you understood how we got our grant award.
Thank you, Heidi. And then with that, lastly, is our 18 million funding plan. We are on the working calendar now to present June 30th on what we anticipate doing with that 18 million. This includes hangar improvements of 1 million that we've held out. That is about 250,000 per the 4 years of the grant. So we have held out some funding for those hangar improvements that we know are needed. And then if we can just circle back to the options that we discussed earlier, as far as the staff recommendation, of course, is option 2 of the 6 months, but I'll open it up to discussion and questions with the council.
Okay, I see something from Mr. McCarthy.
I'm prepared to make a motion. Do you want to wait on that, or shall I go ahead and do it?
We have public comment. Would you like to wait for I see that there is yourself and Mr. Odegaard. Would you like to go ahead and take the public comment first?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take the public comment, and then I'll go back to Mr. McCarthy. Ms. Drum.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, my previous message got buried about this comment. Please consider the following for either public comment or use prior to voting on the airport rent abatement. I emailed it to the mayor and council last week, but I would appreciate it being read into the public record. Thank you. Dear Madam Mayor and City Council members, as a 40-year resident of Flagstaff, I am asking for your careful consideration concerning the proposed rent abatement for the commercial tenants at the airport. I fully understand and appreciate the concerns I heard at the City Council meeting concerning possible double dipping and subsidizing large corporations. However, considering the current events, I urge you to grant the rent abatement for the greater good of our community. The airlines, car rental companies, and FBO have combined efforts to give us an influx of over 120,000 passengers last year alone. These passengers have contributed greatly to our overall economy by renting cars, eating in our restaurants, sleeping in our hotels, and shopping at local merchants. I believe it is incumbent upon us to do everything within our power to retain the airlines currently serving our city in northern Arizona. Also, as a note, I have a message to the airlines. If you choose to stay, please consider making fares more reasonable so people can indeed afford to fly Flagstaff. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Cal McCloy. And that is the only comment on this item.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Mr. McCarthy, followed by Mr. Odegaard. Then we have a comment by Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I do support these rent abatements as proposed by staff. Therefore, I move that we approve item 8C, both item 1 and 2, with the 6-month option.
This is Charlie, I second.
There's been a motion by Mr. McCarthy with a second by Mr. Odegaard to approve this for everyone with a 6-month option. I see a comment by Ms. Whelan, followed by a comment by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. My comment has to do with the abatements for the private renters. In the hangars. I would much rather see a robust maintenance plan and maintenance plan for the macadam, for the hangars themselves, rather than a rental abatement for each individual person who has their plane there. I do strongly support the airlines and the rentals. I wonder, are we still considering Hertz since it has claimed bankruptcy? I see that it is in the packet, but I'd like some clarification on that. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there clarification for the questions that Ms. Whelan asked?
Mayor, Councilmember Whelan, Heidi Hansen. I think that what we decided we couldn't do or have the time to do is to know the ins and outs of everybody's financial situation that is a hangar tenant at the airport. Some of them do use their planes for business, which has been nil to nothing. Some of them are private owners that have lost their jobs. And so at this point, we decided that we thought it made sense to do it for all tenants, not just specific ones, plus adding the hangar improvements that need to be done in general. We've done about $80,000 worth of hangar improvements in the last 2 years, and it hasn't done much. It's only helped us with a few of our hangars. And so we feel by doing both for our hangar tenants, we'll really be getting everybody where they need to be. And it will be an experience, a better experience of being a tenant out the airport and enjoying why they love to fly.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Heidi, for the update and the adjustments to this. I'm very much looking forward to this. Just a couple comments. As I talk to more and more locals, I do struggle with the rent increases scheduled for July 1st. And I know that's probably a bit different conversation, so I just wanted to make that comment. And I also wanted just to make the comment that it seems that the ADSB technology is kind of what everything is heading towards, and that's a GPS system that is on all new planes and all planes. So it means that we don't need to get a radar antenna, but so I'll say that from our discussion around the CARES funding, but I'm wondering if we can do that. And then my comment was really for council. I'm just wondering if we should consider doing 3 months first, and then with the option to increase it to the second 3 months. Would that not make more sense? And that's my comments. Thank you.
Well, there's a motion on the table, Vice Mayor, for 6 months. If you would like to request that be changed or do an amendment, you're welcome to do that. Let's go to.
So I would like to, yeah.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Helmick, then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Mr. Helmick?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I would like to comment about the ADSB. That is a guidance piece of equipment, and at our airport, all guidance equipment is owned and installed by the FAA. If we were to do that on our own, we would assume the liability and the maintenance of that system, which could cause misdirection if it's not run by our proper staffing. So that's why we chose not to go that route.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thanks for that update. And I just wanted to also express gratitude for the hangar repair update that was mentioned. So my amendment is that we move forward with this motion for 3 months versus 6 months.
I'm going to second that motion.
So there's been a motion made by the Vice Mayor with a second by Mr. Aslan to amend the motion that was made by Mr. Odegaard and Mr. McCarthy to 3 months. I see something by our city attorney. City attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Council, obviously, as with the last time we had an amendment to come forward, the vote on the amendment itself first occurs before the original motion.
Yes. So there's been a motion made by the Vice Mayor and a second by Mr. Aslan. Is there further comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Nay, Salas.
No.
And I'm a no. Okay, so the city clerk is asking for clarification.
Yes, please. I have Councilmember Salas, Councilmember Odegaard, Councilmember Whelan, and Mayor Evans as a no. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so we go back to the original motion that was made for 6 months. Is there any further conversation on that? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and go down to D. D is consideration and approval of a contract. This is a cooperative purchase contract to provide underwriting services for issuing certificates of participation debt. Staff's recommended action is that we approve the cooperative purchase contract for bond underwriting services for a fee of $5 per thousand of bond par insurance for underwriting and $2 per thousand for bond par insurance for management services for a total of $875,000 plus regulatory and marketing expenses for a maximum total not to exceed the amount of $900,000. Utilizing the cooperative contract through the Crane Elementary School District, number 13, RFP -005-1718, and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This is Rick Tatter, Management Service Director. Item 8D and 8E are the cooperative agreements. We are looking for your approval and are related to potential issuance of certificate of participation debt to address our unfunded pension liability. The authorization to issue debt will be before you at the June 16th council meeting. The city often utilizes cooperative agreement contracts. These cooperative agreement contracts have gone through a formal procurement process with another government agency and have language within the contract that allow other government agencies to piggyback on the contract. The process saves city staff a great deal of time and effort in the solicitation of similar services. The cooperative agreements set the maximum allowable cost for the city, and we are allowed to negotiate for a lower cost. The first item is our underwriter contract with Stiefel, Nicholas and Company. Staff is looking for council approval of this contract, cooperative agreement contract, to perform the underwriter services on the pension certificate of participation debts. The city has been working with Stiefel, Nicholas for 4.5 years very successfully as our financial advisor on over $86 million of debt issuances with great results. Most recently, we completed three very successful transactions in January with Stiefel. To expedite the process of issuing the pension COPs, or certificate of participation debt, staff decided to look into cooperative agreements as an option. Staff did identify a contract with Crane Elementary School District, which had the same underwriter services that we are seeking for our pension certificate of participations. This gave us a great starting point to negotiate the contract. The cooperative contract outlines the fees for the underwriter services, and initial calculations identified based on our type of issuance, the rate would have been about $9.50 per thousand of debt issued. Staff discussed the services and fees with Stiefel and negotiated the rate down to $7.50 per thousand of debt issuance. Based on our $125 million estimate of pension COPs, the staff will be saving about $312,500 by this negotiation. The city also asked Stiefel to cap their services at $900,000, and they did agree to that. The cost of these services will be paid through the bond proceeds when we issue the debt. I would also like to note, should the city not decide to proceed with the pension certificate of participations, no fees would be paid, even for the work they've completed to date. For this transaction, we will not be seeking a financial advisor services, and staff has built trust with Stiefel and knowledge of their role for the last 4.5 years, and therefore the city will save an additional $105,000 approximately for this transaction. And that's all I have for this item.
Well, I see that there is Ms. Whelan.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the cooperative purchase contract for bond underwriting services. You don't need me to read the whole thing.
Second.
Who made the second?
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor made the second. Is there any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We are now down to item number E. This is consideration approval of a contract. This would be to provide bond counsel services for issuing certificate of participation debt in an amount not to exceed $125,000. Staff's recommended action is that we approve this and authorize the city manager.
The mayor, vice mayor, city council, again, Rick Tatter, management service director. Staff is looking for your council approval for this cooperative agreement with Greenberg Traurig to perform bond counsel services related to our pension certificate of participation debt. The city has been successful with working with Michael Cafiso of Greenberg Traurig for over 25 years, and he's given great advice and has been beside us for many debt issuances. We appreciate his services over those years. Like the previous item, we did look to expedite the process. We identified a contract with Chandler Unified School District for the similar bond counsel services, and we're seeking this for our pension COPs. We negotiated this contract with Stiefel, and we came down, the initial cost was $1.50 per thousand, which we negotiated down to $1 per thousand of debt issue. With an estimated $125 million in pension certificate of participations, the city will save approximately $62,500. We have also negotiated a cap on the service at $125,000. These costs will also be paid from the bond proceeds. And should the city decide not to proceed with the pension COPs, no bonds would be paid, even though there's been a lot of work done at this time. And that's all I have for this item.
Council? Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I move to approve 8E.
Second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard with a second by the Vice Mayor. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number F. Item number F is a resolution of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, Mayor and Common Council designating the Chief Financial Officer for officially submitting the fiscal year 2020 expenditure limitation report to the Arizona Auditor General. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution number 2020-29 by title only for the first time and then adopt. I see that we have a question, Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering, how did we find out that we had this obligation? Was it through the bonding process or?
I can answer that. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, Councilmember Whelan. This item, this resolution is not related to the bond issuances, but this is specifically a state statute that we were made note of earlier this year. As we were certifying our annual expenditure limitation report, the state attorney's office had noted that we did not designate officially through resolution a chief fiscal officer for the transaction. So this is something that was brought to our attention by the state, and we are remedying that for the current year, and the next item is for next fiscal year.
Thank you, Rick.
You're very welcome.
Okay. Council, is there a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Odegaard?
I second.
There's been a motion made by the Vice Mayor and a second by Mr. Odegaard. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
Mayor, I need to read.
Yeah.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council designating the Chief Fiscal Officer for officially submitting the fiscal year 2020 expenditure limitation report to the Arizona Auditor General.
Is there a motion to adopt?
This is Charlie, so moved.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard. Who was the second?
McCarthy.
With the second by Mr. McCarthy to adopt resolution number 2020-29. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Were you an aye, Mr.? Who was that?
This was Charlie, and I was an aye of approving.
Okay. So there are no one in dissent. That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number G. Excuse me. And this is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-30, a resolution of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona Mayor and Common Council designating the Chief Financial Officer for officially submitting the fiscal year 2021 expenditure limitation report to the Arizona Auditor General. Staff's recommended actions that we read resolution number 2020-30 by title only and then adopt. Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. This one is quite similar to the previous one. I would like to move to read resolution 2020-30 by title only.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's Mr. McCarthy with a second by Miss Whelan. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council designating the Chief Fiscal Officer for officially submitting the fiscal year 2021 expenditure limitation report to the Arizona Auditor General.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-30?
So moved. This is Charlie.
Is there a second?
Madam Mayor, I'll second.
There's been a motion made by Mr. Odegaard and a second by Mr. Aslan to adopt resolution number 2020-30. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We will return at 7:25. Thank you.
Mayor, we are back on live streaming. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and move down to item number H. Item number H is consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-31. This is a resolution of the Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, adopting the tentative estimates of the amounts required for the public expense for the City of Flagstaff for fiscal year 2020-2021, adopting the tentative budget, setting forth the receipts and expenditures, the amount proposed to be raised by direct property taxation, giving notice of the time for hearing taxpayers, for adopting budget, and for fixing the tax levy. Staff's recommended action is that we read resolution number 2020-31 by title only and then adopt resolution number 2020-31.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Brandy Suda, the city's finance director. I'm here before you tonight for the tentative budget adoption for the City of Flagstaff's 2020-2021 budget. Here is a timeline for this city's budget and property tax adoptions. Tonight is the tentative budget adoption by resolution. This sets the maximum appropriation for the city and sets in motion legal requirements for final adoption. In 2 weeks, on June 16th, we will have a public hearing for the budget and tax levy, final budget adoption, and the first read of the property tax ordinance, followed by, on July 7th, the second read and adoption of the property tax ordinance. The total city fiscal year 2020-2021 budget is $450,688,316. This is a $111.8 million increase, or 33% increase over the prior year's budget. Going through the pie chart, we have general fund makes up 18% of this budget, or $81.7 million. This budget is a 1.8% increase, or $1.5 million increase over the prior year. Next is special revenue funds, such as the BBB funds, HERF, library, transportation tax, and the parking district. They represent 21% of the budget, or $94.9%, or $94.9 million. This budget is a 6.7% decrease, or $6.9 million decrease over the prior year. Next is our debt service funds. They represent this year 29% of the city's total budget, or $129.4 million. The debt service funds have increased $121.7 million over the prior year due to the public safety pension certificates of participation that are planned to be issued later this summer. Next, our capital project funds represent 4% of the budget. This includes the city courthouse, FWPP, the USGS campus. That 4% is $20.3 million. This budget is 43.9% decrease, or a $15.9 million decrease over the prior year. And lastly, we have our enterprise funds, which include our water services funds, solid waste, sustainability and environmental management fund, the Flagstaff Housing Authority, and the airport. They represent 28% of the budget, or $124.3 million. This budget is a 10.2% increase, or $11.4 million increase over the prior year. Some key highlights to the city's upcoming budget include a focus on the city council's priorities and objectives, public safety pension funding. This budget includes the issuing of certificates of participation to fully fund the unfunded liability related to public safety pension. Cost of living adjustments for employees are included in this budget. However, per the significant stage of the recession plan, COLAs have been deferred at this time. And lastly, benefit increases, including covering 100% of the health insurance increases for city employees. This slide shows how the new investments in the fiscal year 2021 budget by council priority. The total budget appropriations have increased by $217.6 million since the April budget retreat. Part of this includes $112.7 million of council ads at the April budget retreat. The first two items relate to the direction from council regarding the issuance of certificates of participation to fully fund the city's public safety unfunded pension liability. This includes up to $120 million to pay to PSPRS and related fees for the debt issuance, plus an estimated $2 million for the first debt service payment of this debt that will occur in fiscal year 2020-2021. An addition of $79,750 to the animal services contract or animal shelter contract. Boys and Girls Club of $25,000. Housing assistance of $59,562. This contract is currently in the works with Coconino County for eviction prevention. Just to note that part of this contract may be spent in the current fiscal year. And lastly, the council's economic development contingency fund of $550,000. This is contingent on funding being available as we have a better understanding of available resources. Other additions of $4.7 million include $2.9 million for airport operating maintenance. This is a placeholder for the airport CARES grant until final discussion and plans are made regarding how the funding of that money will be spent at a future council meeting. The airport parking project increased from $2.5 million to $4 million based on the latest cost projections. And related to that is the debt service payments for the airport parking project if needed at $320,000. These remaining three items are related to carry forwards. Carry forwards are items or projects that were budgeted in the prior year, but for one reason or another, the project or the item was not completed or purchased or not planning to be completed or purchased by the end of the current fiscal year and need to be carried over into the next budget year and need to be reappropriated. Capital carry forwards of $76.5 million are included. Some of those projects include transportation projects, the USGS building, the city courthouse, water services projects, and various fleet purchases. Operational carry forwards include $11.6 million for various studies, software, and contracts, such as the compensation study, various IT software and equipment needs, and facility maintenance projects. And lastly, grant carry forwards totaling $2.1 million, such as CDBG money and home money. The tentative budget book will be available tomorrow at the following locations. You can find it on the city website, at the city clerk's office. We have also made it's available upon request to either Heidi Derryberry or myself, and we will personally make sure the public gets a copy if they need so. And also questions regarding the project can be emailed, or there's my phone number as well. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions. Thank you.
Council? Council? Is there a motion? Ms. Whelan?
I just need to make a statement that a $217 million increase going into a recession scares the hell out of me. And while I know we need to appropriate the highest amount, I am still very, very concerned about this budget. Loss in revenue. I'm still concerned about the numbers that we're using, and other agencies are using much different numbers. And I just need to go on record with that. So thank you.
Okay, is there a motion? Mr. Odegaard?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I make the motion to read resolution number 2020-31 by title only.
Second.
So there was a motion made by Mr. Odegaard, and I heard a second by Mr. McCarthy. to read resolution number 2020-31 by title only. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Please show that Ms. Whelan was opposed. That motion carries. Thank you.
A resolution of the Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, adopting the tentative budget for the City of Flagstaff for fiscal year 2020-2021.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-31?
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I second that.
Who made the motion? I guess I didn't hear the different voices.
Aslan.
Was Councilmember Aslan. Mayor.
Sorry, I thought you were the vice mayor. Sorry.
Aye.
So there's a motion.
He wishes.
There was a motion made by Councilmember Aslan and a second by the Vice Mayor to adopt resolution number 2020-31. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, please show that Ms. Whelan was opposed. That motion carries. Thank you. We're now down to item number 9. These are discussion items. The first one up is library updates and discussion of adjusting hours of operation.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, this is Jared Tolman with the Flagstaff City, Coconino County Public Library. Are you guys able to see my screen?
No, not at this time.
Let's see if I can try that again.
We see a sand dune.
Okay. Now see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. So we are talking about the library operating hours this evening. And I want to point out before we get going in this that this project was about to be presented to you right before COVID happened. And so keep in mind that as we talk about these hours, these are our regular operating hours. They have nothing to do with the minimized hours that the library is doing in COVID. The hours that we'll be presenting to you tonight would go into effect at whatever point the library, again, opens up to the public in full capacity. So those are the hours that we'll be discussing tonight. Before I get into those, I would like to just give you a brief update on what the library has been doing. When we talk about the libraries, we're talking obviously about the main library downtown and the East Side Library, those two libraries. I won't go through all of these numbers, but I'll point out just the numbers that our library did last year between the two branches. If you remember, about a little over a year ago, you approved the renovation of our East Side Library. And so I'd like to show you part of that renovation real quick. This picture is taken towards the front door in the front of the library. Some of the issues there was the carpet was worn in areas, there was hidden places, and there wasn't much seating in the East Side Library. This next photo shows you that same area after the renovation. You can see there's new carpet, a lot more seating, a lot more visibility. Again, one other picture towards the computers of what the library used to look like and what it looks like now, with a lot more seating and, again, much better visibility so that staff can see what is going on. I'd like to also point out the teen area. It was very worn down, very ragged. That teen area has now been turned into the children's area with a beautiful new mural and a place for children to actually get together and not have to worry about who's around. It's a private place for them to be able to go. I'll point out our reading room at the East Side Library has now been changed into a beautiful area for the teens to be able to get on the computer and to gather with, again, stunning murals on the wall. We just recently finished the renovation to the bathrooms at the East Side Library. They were very dingy and in need of repair, and so we began that repair, which just finished, and we mimicked those bathrooms to match the ones at the main library, so they look really fresh and new, and we believe will be a asset to those who come to the library. I'll switch from the East Side Library real quick over to the main library. I'll remind you that earlier in the last year, we had Grow with Google come to Flagstaff and participate in helping small businesses grow. We again just did another program with small businesses with Grow with Google to give them additional tools during this COVID time. One of the other projects that we worked on was our magazines. We looked at how many magazines that we had. We had a little over 150. And we looked at moving some of those titles over to digital platforms. We did get rid of some titles, but still have physical copies in hand. We then added digital copies of other magazines, which was able to allow us to offer over 500 magazines now to our patrons. The benefit to that also was we were able to decrease the cost of what we spend in magazines on a yearly basis. One of the other projects that you might remember approving was fixing our skylights. If you'll remember, whenever it rained, the skylights would leak, and we would have to cover the computers at the libraries with tarps to keep them dry, and it was kind of a nuisance to any patrons coming in. One of the other aspects of those skylights were they were yellow and dingy. They didn't let in a whole lot of natural light. You can see in one of those pictures, we're changing those out. We were able to change those out with brand new skylights, which are much clearer and let in a lot more natural light. The last update I would like to bring to your attention isn't in Flagstaff, but it's at our Tuba City Library. We did a renovation there just recently, which I'd like to show you just two pictures of. The reason we did this renovation is, if you'll notice in the left-hand corner of this photo, there's a large staircase that was no longer in use. The point of this renovation was to remove that staircase and make that occupied space for the library. So this picture that you're looking at is a picture of our youth area at the Tuba City Library. You can see that the carpet was old and torn, and when we removed it, we even found sand dunes underneath the carpet. This is now what that area looks like. It is a lot more open. There's room. It's bright and colorful. Here's a picture looking at the front door. Again, you'll see the staircase to your right. This is now what the library looks like. Again, very clean and neat, and we believe it will be a great asset to that community there. So there's just a few updates to what we've been doing at the library. Now, to kind of talk about our library hours. Some of the comments that we've been receiving at our East Side Library is extended hours on Sunday. If you wanted to go to the library all day on Sunday, you could start at the main library. That library closes at 2 o'clock, and then you would have to go over to the East Library, which opens at 1 and goes to 5. Patrons were constantly sending in comments asking for additional hours on Sunday. Currently, the hours at the East Side Library are 1 to 5, as I mentioned. So as we started tackling this problem of how do we really get our patrons what they need, we started asking ourselves, are both of our libraries currently meeting the needs of our community? How could we better assist them? I'll now share with you what our current library hours are, COVID aside. So as you can see, the main library opens at 10 o'clock and it closes at various hours depending on the day. It operates about 65 hours a week. The East Side Library opens at 9 o'clock, except for on Sunday, and again closes at various hours throughout the week. It also does 65 hours of operation a week. We kind of looked at that and said, all right, if we're going to make some changes, if we're going to be able to get our more Sunday hours, how could we do this? And we ended up looking at when do we open and when do we close? And we figured those were probably among the leading areas where we could make the biggest changes. We also noticed that there wasn't a lot of similarity to the hours. They vary differently from one another, and we wondered if we could adjust that. So as we worked on this project, we also were looking for any other problems that we could see. We asked ourselves, what else might need to change? So as we worked on this project and looked for other problems, one of the things we noticed at the main library were lines outside before we opened. I'll point out that when I took this photo, it is the middle of the winter. It's cold outside, and yet we still have people coming and lining up in front of the library waiting to get in. In the summertime, these numbers doubled. So we figured that one of the issues we wanted to face was addressing the large lines of people who were waiting outside of the library. We wanted to be able to give people the opportunity to go to a library on the weekend and be able to stay there all day. And we wanted to make sure that our library hours were consistent between the two branches. So now I'd like to go over some of the things that helped us kind of fine tune what these hours should be. The first thing we looked at was our door count. At the main library, we open at 10 o'clock. And on average, we have around 125 people come into the library every day. On average, the very last hour of the day, we have about 10 people come into the main library. We've also noticed this in the evenings. Our libraries are kind of dead at the main library. There's not a lot of people in there in the evenings. The East Side Library opens at 9, and again, there's about 53 people on average who come in through the door during that first hour. And in the evenings, that last hour, there's about 18 people who come in through the doors. The other thing that we did was we provided a public...
I wanted to see the chat.
Excuse me?
Excuse me, if you are on this meeting, we expect that your microphones will be on mute if you are not speaking.
So the next thing that we looked at was a public survey. As we formulated kind of what we thought the hours might be, we provided those hours, which I'll go over in just a minute, and provided those to give people filling out the survey an option to make a choice on whether they liked our current hours or they liked the new suggested hours. And we asked the following questions in that survey. What operating hours would you prefer the library adopt? People were able to choose which hours they liked. We also gave them an option. If we change the hours to the library, how would it impact me? We allowed them to select positive, negative, or it wouldn't affect me at all. And then the last question we asked was, what time of the day do you come to the library? From that survey, we learned that 51% of patrons felt positive about the new library hours. 43% of people were neutral about whether or not we changed the hours. It didn't really affect them. And we found that only 6% of people were negative towards the new operating hours that we were suggesting. We had around 454 patrons participate in this survey. So with that information, I'd like to present to you the proposed hours that we're looking for approval on to move our library hours to. I'll start with the main library. As you can see in the left-hand column is our current library hours. We felt it would be appropriate to shift those library hours an hour forward so that we are opening at 9 o'clock every day. You can see that the closing time for that library would also move an hour forward. We're still working at 65 hours, and we felt this was appropriate because of how dead our libraries are in the evening. For the East Side Library, we felt it would be appropriate on Monday through Friday to keep those hours the same, except for on Monday and Thursday. We decided to still 1 hour from the evening so that the library is closing at 8. We would then take those additional hours and put them towards the weekend, especially on Sunday, where patrons were asking for more hours. Again, this keeps us at 65 hours. I'll go back real quick to the main library so that you can look at Monday through Thursday and Friday. You will notice that the proposed hours for Monday and Thursday and Friday at the main library are the same as the East Side Library's Monday through Thursday and Friday hours. That unifies our hours. The only difference you'll notice is our weekend hours. Now, if you go to the main library on Saturday, you will have a full day at the library that you can be there to do whatever you need to do. And on turn, at the East Library, you could go in on Sunday and get a full day there as well. Those are the only two changes or differences between the main library and the East Library. So with that, we are looking to propose that we change our library hours to these proposed hours. And I turn it back to the council for any questions.
Council, do we have any questions on this? This is a discussion item. Mr. Odegaard.
No questions, other than I assume you're looking for direction on this with the proposal.
Yes, correct. We're looking to see if this is something that when we reopen, these would be the hours that we would be offering to the general public.
And so with that, I do agree with the proposal from my own experience and from the presentation and from what I read in the agenda packets. It's very logical and it seems appropriate. So thank you.
Mr. Aslan?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much, Jared, for this detailed and thoughtful proposal. I see no reason why not to throw fully my support behind what you guys have thought out so expertly.
Mayor, Vice
Yes.
Mayor, council members, this is Heidi Hansen. I just wanted to add to something that Jared was sharing with you. We will definitely market locally the new hour changes when we're at that phase of reopening so that our locals aren't confused about the changes to the hours. And I just wanted to thank Jared for a great presentation and all the work the staff has done to get community input leading up to this presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Whelan?
Well, Ms. Hanson, you certainly did take the words out of my mouth. I just wanted to take a minute and kind of showcase, Jared, the intention of your work here and how it was really driven by the community that you serve. And I'd like to thank you very much for doing that, and your staff in the libraries look great.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, and I also want to join the party train and also mention that I think that the slides look incredible. The murals are inspiring. They are stunning, as you said, and I think the adjustment to the hours makes a lot of sense. And I think the community that utilizes the libraries as a resource and really appreciates the library as a resource will very much appreciate the hour change as well. Thank you.
Okay, if there's not any more comments, thank you very much. We'll go on to the next item, which is item number 9B.
Greg Clifton, and I could kick this off. But I think the intent of this particular discussion item is to invite any inputs or dialogue by the council. We have our legal counsel who can also weigh in on this, but in front of you, you have the declaration of emergency, state of emergency from the governor's office. This, of course, speaks to the curfew, which is a week long, and it is not an absolute curfew. It's a qualified curfew I could have Sterling speak to some of the carve-outs on that curfew. And we thought council would like to have at least a collective discussion on this because all of this has transpired since the last meeting. We did not have the liberty of being able to get this in front of you with meaningful discussion. It was all very, very spur of the moment. And there you have it. That's my introduction of the matter. And I'll be glad to pass it on to Sterling for any comments that he might have.
I'd like for us to pass it on to Sterling. Sterling, there's been lots of questions regarding the emergency order that was issued by Governor Ducey over the weekend. Can you please wade into that and explain what it is and what it is not?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to give a recap of the Governor's declaration, not just for Council, but also for staff and the public, because like you said, I know there are a lot of questions out there. First of all, I encourage everyone to read the document. It is very straightforward. That said, as Greg has already indicated, on Sunday, the 31st, Governor Ducey issued a declaration of emergency and imposition of curfew. Everybody who may have a question about whether or not this is related to COVID-19 and other executive orders related to that, it's not. This is a new declaration, as he states in the document itself. It's due to riots. Technically, it's not an executive order, but it does have a similar effect. It's a new declaration of emergency. As City Manager Clifton indicated, it's from 8 to 5 each night. It started on May 31st and will run through 5 a.m. on June 8th, unless extended, which it does state in the order. Prohibited activities, and I'll quote from it, are using, standing, sitting, traveling, or being present on any public street or in any public place. That's between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. and 5 a.m. That said, the exemptions are fairly broad. First and foremost, there's an exemption for police and fire, for paramedics and other medical personnel, for the National Guard and any other emergency response personnel that's authorized by the state. There's a media exemption. There's an exemption to travel to and from work, worship services, trucking and delivery services, obtaining food, caring for a family member, friend, or an animal, and a fairly broad, well, a very broad exemption for patronizing or operating private businesses, meaning any businesses that are open after 8 o'clock at night, you can still go patronize those businesses. There's also an exemption for seeking medical care and obviously for fleeing dangerous circumstances, and travel for any of the above. When it comes to travel, that term is defined as walking, biking, using a skateboard, scooter, motorcycle, automobile, or public transit, or any other mode of transportation. And public place is defined as anything that's publicly owned, accessible to the general public, including but not limited to streets, roads, alleys, everything that is typical, including parks, vacant lots, and unsupervised property. Violation is a Class 1 misdemeanor, which can be up to 6 months in jail, $2,500 fine, and 3 years probation. Any other crimes that are committed obviously would be cited separately, but this curfew can be enforced as written in the imposition of curfew. The declaration also authorized the mobilization of the Arizona National Guard as necessary. Obviously, that is to be determined on a case-by-case basis. One of the things that is of interesting note at the end is that $200,000 was freed up from the State General Fund, made available to the Director of Arizona Division of Emergency Management. That's to be expended pursuant to statute and state regulations. Basically, they are for costs associated with the enforcement of the declaration. Those are to be submitted under that statute as claims to the state. Practically speaking, statewide, $200,000 is not a lot, but costs should be tracked and submitted as claims to the state nonetheless. With that, that's a basic summary or recap. Like I said, if you have any specific questions, I am happy to answer those.
Council, do we have any questions? Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no questions, but I would like to understand why our city is not choosing to come out with a clear, concise statement on how this will affect our community. And I bring that up because currently we have a sign at the beginning of Milton that says we are on a lockdown, and that is an ADOT sign. And it also lists the hours from 8 to 5 a.m. We are not in a lockdown. So there seems to be some confusion, and I think you're right, Mr. City Manager. People don't read, and they don't read entire documents. And I believe that at this time where many things are confusing, we owe it to our community to make some clear statements as to what this means to them. Thank you.
I see the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Whelan. Those were very similar in line to what I was going to say. There's a lot of members of the community that are very confused about what's going on. They're confused about what I even had business owners telling me that they were closing down that first night, and they were thinking about doing it at 7. And I had to respond to them immediately and tell them, you don't need to close. And I think there's just a lot of confusion. I heard from someone that there were officers patrolling their streets with their lights on, making them feel like they weren't even sure, their neighbors weren't even sure if they were allowed to sit on their patios or be in their front yards. So I do think that some level of confusion is important, some level of communication is important by the city to explain that this is not a full-on lockdown and it's very much isolating public protest and hanging out at our parks. I also had the Hopi tribal chairman, Nuvang Yama, reach out to me, and him and I spoke. Mayor, he says hi. And we actually did a live stream to help communicate to his population what is going on, because there was concerns about whether or not they could travel to town. Long story short, this was sprung upon us last minute. I think there's a lot of confusion, as we all know about, and I'd like to see us maybe rise up and do a little bit better at communicating on this topic with our public.
Mr. Aslan?
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to focus my comment on this subject very specifically tonight. I think we could easily go very deep into the open wound and the upheaval and the turmoil that we're all seeing and get into a discussion of that. But what I'd rather do in this moment is kind of dig down a little bit, go back to basics, and name one of the reasons why I think we're confused about this curfew in Flagstaff. When I was scrolling Facebook yesterday, I happened to see Chief Treadaway's public statement on CAP radio and Facebook feed before I saw it elsewhere. And I was very impressed with the depth of it and how thoughtful it was. I thought his words, words matter greatly, and I thought his words go a long way towards healing and towards keeping our community relationships respectful and healthy. And that's something that he's clearly accomplished over 3 decades of service, and more recently as our chief. And so I just really want to lift that up. I really appreciate Chief Treadaway's leadership and strength and organizational skill as our chief of police. And I hope future councils continue to inherit such superb officers in this critical role. He's always done a wonderful job in far more ways than I or any council member will ever be aware of. And the difference is out there on our streets today, where we're all kind of wondering why a curfew is necessary in our community. I think that's a big deal. And as always with difficult leadership, it mostly goes unstated and underappreciated. So I just wanted to take this moment to thank him for his 30 years of dedication, which has led quite directly to the streets of Flagstaff having been safe this past week.
We have a comment by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I wanted to also talk about this topic, you know, as to why there's a curfew in place. There's obviously a lot of hurt today around the globe in all the different injustices, as we all know about. And Mayor, you and I talked about this quite a bit. And an idea I had was, you know, and rather than waiting to be reactive, we should be proactive. And we are already, I think, behind the 8 ball on this topic in being proactive, but, you know, better late than never. And so my thought was that we do a promotional video as soon as we can, getting council members, kind of like what we did with the mask wearing and whatnot regarding COVID, but including and engaging the police chief, members of the police departments, and talk about how we're an all-inclusive and welcoming community. And also, you know, I've spoken with the police chief, and there's a lot of incredible efforts that our police department is doing to be transparent and engaging and accessible to the public, and make sure that the public feels that their voice is being heard. So I know that there's a lot going on today in Flagstaff, and in the days to come, you know, around the nation and around the state, and this curfew is in place to attempt to address that. And I also know that the issues that people are protesting about are bigger and deeper than any agency and any police department per se. It's more societal, but yet I think the video is a good idea, and I'm curious what my colleagues on council think. And in the future, I'd like to see what we can do to further the transparency and communication and the good work that police chief has been doing, because we have room for growth. We definitely have room to grow. Thank you.
So I want to stop and weigh into the conversation, and I was going to do it after the city attorney spoke to provide additional information, but then we had several individuals indicate they want to make a comment first. And so I wanted to add more to the background, at least as I know it. And so on Sunday at approximately 2:20 in the afternoon, I received a call that went to voicemail. I went and answered it, and it was a phone call from the governor's legal counsel, and indicating that they wanted to speak with me. At that particular time, I called back, and she said that the governor was on the phone with another mayor, but they wanted me to keep my line open because he had the need to speak with me. I indicated to our city manager that the governor wanted to talk to me, and I thought that there might be an issue. The governor did call me back, and we had a conversation. And at that particular time, he spoke about the riots that had happened in Phoenix the night before and in Scottsdale. He indicated that they had intel. He did not tell me where the intel came from. He indicated that they had intel that there was individuals who were not actually part of the peaceful protests that were happening, but rather they would come alongside or they would show up at the end of these protests, and they were there really to make the protests unpeaceful. That they had intel that those individuals had decided to target other towns in Arizona, and Flagstaff was one of the towns in northern Arizona. There seemed to be more than one town in northern Arizona that was being looked at. He said at that time he had offered specific help to Scottsdale as well as Phoenix. Both of those cities took different approaches. He indicated he thought because they took different approaches, that was why you saw the differences, and that he had everything at our disposal. He was trying to offer us, including the National Guard. At that particular time, I told him that the city of Flagstaff was not interested in having the National Guard, but we were interested in having whatever intel that they had, so we could come up with a solution that was right for Flagstaff. He indicated that these individuals who are causing the problems usually start about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They really get ramped up about 8 or 8:30. They are trying to make sure that whatever they're doing is going to be on the 10 o'clock news. And then they usually go till about 2 o'clock in the morning, being resistant to law enforcement's suggestion that they stop or move on. So had the opportunity then to speak with the city manager and his staff and relay that information and to move forward. The curfew had already, he did indicate that he had already issued the emergency order at that time, and that emergency order was already going to be, emergency proclamation was already going to be in place. I would really, again, strongly emphasize that everybody read that. And I know that there was the question of, well, why don't we have more information? And we need more information, and why don't we have it? And so I would just tell you, it's because we did not have any more information than that. Now, I think since then, more information has come out, both locally and in the media and through other sources that talk about this other rogue group that is not actually part of the legitimate protesters, right? But at that particular time, that information was not known. Definitely, I think it's very important to point out, it was their law enforcement, not their council, that came out and said that they were not interested in meeting the terms of what the governor outlined in his emergency order. I will tell you from my standpoint, having watched what happened on Saturday, I actually contacted and spoke with one of the mayors, Mayor Lane, down in Scottsdale when I saw what was happening in his city. You know, one of the reasons why we're having these issues here in our country and having long-standing issues is because there seems to be different laws for different people at different times of the day, right? And I think it's problematic when we have, and this is coming from me, who has been very critical of our governor and the things that our governor has done. I will say that when I did not undermine his original ordinance. I furthered it, right? I do think it's problematic when you have different things happening in different jurisdictions and you're not sure what is happening and everybody demands all the information at once. And so I just want to just mention that. I'm very proud of our community. You know, we have been getting updates all night. Our community is protesting very peacefully. And I think that they understand that there is outside influences that are in our town that want to change those peaceful protests and demonstrations, which we all have attended. I think the majority of us have attended a protest here in town, that are seeking to undermine the unity that we have here. And I'm very proud that our community is not letting the focus be taken away from what the underlying issue is, and is making sure that the focus stays on what it is it needs to stay on, and it's not negative. So that's just a reflection from your mayor as to my side of the background that I have, the information I have to share. Comments? Are we ready for the next agenda item? Ms. Whelan.
Thank you for your thoughts, Mayor. Once again, I think you brought it back to messaging that we were not following the governor's curfew, and that was not any of our requests about having clear, concise information as to what this curfew meant to city and community members. So I just want to make that clear. It is not about not following the curfew. It is about making clear, concise statements how the curfew will affect them. Thank you.
I'm going to circle back because I don't think maybe I articulated myself as well as I should have. I did not mean to indicate that we should have been articulating whether or not we were going to follow the curfew or not. What I said was from myself as a personal individual watching what is happening in northern Arizona, I think it's somewhat problematic. And I think that that ties into the underlying issue that people are protesting, and that is sometimes laws apply to certain people and sometimes they do not. That is what I was trying to make clear with that statement. I did not suggest we say that we were following or not following it. I just said that I think when you look at it from a historic point of view, this is truly at the heart of what the protest itself is about. I also will take it a step farther and say that I think it's unfortunate that the governor has written an emergency proclamation that needs to be explained by anyone. I think that he should have done a better job on his own as governor of the state of Arizona in explaining what was in his emergency proclamation and why he was issuing it. I think that it is absolutely sad that we have to stop and explain what another governmental entity and what another elected official is thinking when he issues something. And so I just want to make sure that is on the record as well. I want to go back to the Vice Mayor's suggestion about the video and see what council weigh in on that. Are we interested in doing the video?
And council, just again to make clear, the video is not to communicate the curfew, but it's to explain how we are all inclusive and united as a community with our police department featured in this video.
I'm supportive. Jim McCarthy.
This is Charlie. I'd be supportive. Long as it's not a fairly lengthy video, but to the point and very clear messaging. And messaging would have to work with city staff to make sure everyone's on the same page. So thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
But I think I support it, but I think there's much more than just making a video, and that at some point that discussion needs to be had. So I support what you're saying, Vice Mayor.
I see Ms. Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support producing the video with such clear message, and I agree with Council Member Whelan.
I see Mr. Aslan. Mr. Aslan?
I'm supportive.
I want to ask, I think the video is a good idea. I think that it's a good start. I think it is a start for council to make a strong visual statement. We have done several proclamations and resolutions about being an all-inclusive community, but I think it's time that those words came off of paper and were actually spoken out loud and given life by the members of council. I'm very proud that every council has reaffirmed its commitment to an all-inclusive community. I do believe, like Ms. Whelan said and Ms. Salas said, that there needs to be a further conversation, and that a video is not going to heal 400 plus centuries but I do think it is going to be a start in having an open conversation that is very much so needed. I'm going to ask the city manager to weigh in. I am trying to figure out where this would come from in our budget. I would say that with the full weight of council behind it, I'm sure that you will be able to find it, but I do want to be mindful that I do not think that it comes out of, I guess, or maybe it does come out of Ms. Drum's budget, but I'm not sure that she has a budget for something such as this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I know we can be resourceful on this. I think I'm reading into this that the desire is in the message and not so much in the polish on the video. So with that said, I think we have the resources internally to pull this off, and I think we can do so rather quickly. Jessica Drum, you can chime in, but I don't think this should have any budgetary impact whatsoever.
Hi, Mayor, council members. We can definitely do something without a budget impact. It won't be that, as Greg mentioned, that polish that we had with the recent mask video, the stay, play, distance, and mask responsibly, but we can definitely put our heads together and come up with something, maybe recording it using Teams.
And I think, City Manager, given the, really the interest of council, that in our future, and I realize we have a very busy schedule, but I do believe that we should have something as a discussion item moving forward that council can have these types of open and frank conversations about as we lead our community forward into healing in a plan to address social inequities.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Council, if there's nothing else on this agenda item, we'll go ahead and move to the next agenda item. This would be item number 10. This is council liaison reports. This would be for any commission that council sits on in its capacity as a council member. Are there any reports? Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I apologize. I really do. I'm trying to look at a bunch of different things. Mr. McCarthy is actually ahead of you in the chat. So if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and take Mr. McCarthy, followed by you. Mr. McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I don't think Ms. Whalen or I are worried about who goes first. We both have important things to say. I wanted to give a report from the Housing Commission meeting that we had last week. There was an item on their agenda that says recap and debrief of 2020 housing bond. We did have a lively discussion, and I was presented with a lot of questions. And so what I did to answer those questions, some of those I didn't know the answers to. So I got with Rick Tatter, and he was very helpful. And I wrote a 1.5-page report, which I sent to the city manager, and I sent also to the commissioners through staff, of course, of the Housing Commission, and I believe the city manager has forwarded it to you. I'm not going to go over all the details in there, but I actually learned some things about funding, and so I would advise all the council members to take a look at it. I'll just hit a couple really high points. The commission members were very disappointed that council decided to not put a housing bond measure on the ballot. They stated that housing equals health. They're concerned that with the COVID-19, that the situation for the homeless will be worse than ever. And so that's kind of the highlights. But again, there's some discussions which I won't take the time about how we can tax, how we can fees, how taxes will be going down, secondary property tax, that is, since there will be no bond measures on that. And then I might note that over the next month or so, the commission will be looking at things that they can do to improve the availability of housing and reduce the cost of new housing by looking at zoning codes and building codes and things like that. So I think I'll leave it at that, but I would strongly recommend that you kind of read the 1.5 pages, and if you're like me, you will have learned some things. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Whelan.
And I'd like to thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for that well done update. And you're correct, there was much to learn from it, so thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
I attended a NACOG meeting where we went over the different parts of NACOG, Head Start, and that was an informational update. Agency on Aging received $5.7 million in the CARES Act 1, and we'll be getting $18 million in CARES Act 2. They have stepped up their Meals on Wheels and Meals Attainable from 1 meal a day every 5 days to 2 meals a day for 7 days a week. And they've begun home delivery. So they're really doing a terrific job. There, again, Head Start is trying to refigure out all their family style meals and teaching to be COVID responsible. And we haven't heard whether or not that grant has been received, but we think that there's a good chance of it. CDBG funding, the housing rehab really took a hit in June due to the COVID, and they're hoping to see some uptick on funding as time goes on. The other piece is Economic Development Coordinator. We've talked about many things. She stated that there's $400 million available in the grants.gov, and just as long as those requests align with the EDA priorities. So there's quite a bit of money available. And again, the head of NIGCOG, Chris, stated that whether it makes sense or not, that during these times, they really find they have more money than less money because they are a regional agency. And so I wanted to say that transportation and the impact, 70% has dropped in ridership nationwide. Of course, when the nations shut down, transportation to and from the Flagstaff and other cities and towns in the area has dropped significantly. So that's all I've got.
Okay.
Oh, there was suspension of HERF exchange for 2022. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other members of council with a council liaison report? Not seeing any, we'll go ahead and move down our agenda. We're now at item number 11. This is future agenda item request. The first one would be a future agenda item request by Councilmember Whelan to place on a future agenda a discussion regarding the development of an online portal for citizens to submit and sign citizens' petition to council. Ms. Whelan?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. As I said before, I'm looking to move this forward during the times of COVID, rather than all of us were challenged with our petitions, and certainly our citizens are challenged with citizens' petitions. And this would be one way of accommodating the needs in our new COVID world. So I'd like to move this forward, and I'm hoping that there are other council members that would agree with me. Thank you.
Council?
This is Charlie, and I'm supportive.
I see that Mr. McCarthy is also supportive.
That is true, Mayor.
I would ask the city clerk and maybe legal as we move forward with this agenda item, if we could have information regarding the totality of the item. I would definitely be supportive, but I do believe that there are some things at the state level that prevent this, or at least make it more difficult.
Mayor, Council, I'll be happy to provide an executive session on it before the fair.
Thank you. I believe we've been preempted in a way. Next up on our agenda would be item number 11B. This is a future agenda item request. This is actually a citizen's petition requesting that the council to examine towns on Lone Tree / Track 22 student housing development. I am going to turn this over to our city attorney to explain what this item is. And then I believe the petitioner is here, Mr. Ertman, to provide his direct comment. City attorney?
Mayor, Council, thank you. Just a brief introduction on, you don't get a citizen petitions a lot. I just want to make sure council staff and then the public and the submitter all understand that a citizen petition comes to the council through the city charter and the council rules of procedure. A petition is placed on the agenda as a future agenda item request. The submitter of the citizen petition is allowed 3 minutes to explain the petition, which will be read by Jessica in this circumstance. General public comment is at the discretion of the mayor. It's not required. That said, to move the matter forward for further discussion, 3 members of council have to give direction to the city manager. Without those 3 members in support, at least 3, council essentially chooses not to move the matter forward, and the citizen petition has been acted upon in accordance with the charter and the rules of procedure. More specifically tonight, this is this citizen petition before council involves site plan review. This is not a policy decision. Under the code, the city council does not have authority to act on this matter. The matter involves site plan review. Like I said, and site plan review authority is purely administrative to be performed by staff. Specifically, City Code Section 10-20.40.140 states that the authority rests with the planning director to approve or deny site plans. The applicable portion actually reads as follows, subsection C. It's a decision by the director. The director shall either, and this is the planning director, shall either approve the site plan application as submitted, approve the application with conditions of approval, or deny the application. So this is the planning director's decision. It may be appealed to the Board of Adjustment by any person who is aggrieved by the director's decision. But again, this is not a policy decision. It's purely administrative, therefore not the authority of council to act on it. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. City clerk, is the petitioner here?
The petitioner is on the line, yes. He has submitted a public comment in accordance with our current rules that Jessica can read. But he is available for any questions that the council may have directly to him.
Okay. Well, Ms. Drum, can you please read that statement?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Evans and council members. I very much appreciate the opportunity to bring before you tonight a citizen petition signed by nearly 130 Pinnacle Pines homeowners in opposition to the development of a 794-bed student housing project on Tract 22. Towns on Lone Tree, and a request to you to exercise your right to examine this controversial site plan request, particularly in regard to the plan's conformance to the development agreement governing this parcel owned by Pine Canyon Cemetery and with Vallejo as developer. Hopefully you received and read the emails I, along with other members of the Board of Directors, sent to you last week to 1. Reacquaint you with our concerns about the Vallejo site plan application, and to 2, provide you with another copy of the 28 April letter from our lawyer that serves as a comprehensive digest of the many legitimate reasons we believe this application should be denied and withdrawn, or at a minimum placed on an indefinite hold until these serious issues that are without question detrimental to the 200-plus Pinnacle Pines homeowners can be examined by council. Quite frankly, we've been stymied in our ability to ensure the site plan comes before you for review of its compliance with the DA by the standard reply that it's a by right application and nothing can be done to stop it. We think not. We think the council has a duty to ensure that any development on this site adheres to the binding development agreement between the city and property owner, as well as the conditional nature of the current zoning. Council should not neglect this responsibility nor allow it to be usurped by total reliance on administrative procedures. Thank you for listening, thank you for acting, and thank you for your support in moving this fair item request forward expeditiously to an official agenda item. Bruce Carl Ertman.
Thank you, Ms. Strom. Council? Mr. McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I just heard what our legal counsel says, that council does not really have authority to review site plans. But I would like to say that the position of staff on this, although not final yet, is actually extremely clear. That's been expressed by council, not by council, by staff. For instance, at the public meeting that was held between the interested parties, particularly the people that live in the area, and the staff made it very clear what their position is on if this should be approved or not. I had occasion to read the letter from Aspen, Watkins, and Diesel, and it may be that some of those arguments are actually pretty strong, in my opinion. Now, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a judge, so I don't know if that's true, but I believe that the city council has a oversight responsibility. And I'm sure that the people that elected us onto the council believe strongly that we should overview things like this and that we have an oversight responsibility. So what I would like to do is move this forward so that we have a venue where that oversight can take place. So to me, it makes sense to move this forward. So that's my basic position. If anyone has any questions, I'll be here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council, is there anyone else interested in moving this forward? Mr. Odegaard?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the main asks, I guess, of the fair request from the citizens petition is concerning the site plan. Well, unfortunately, we haven't received a site plan for city staff to review to make a yay or nay on approval. And so I'm pretty hard pressed to try to push something forward when we don't have that in our hands to take a look at. So I guess at this time, because we don't have that site plan, I would be hesitant of moving this forward just because we lack it. So I guess at this time, I'm not in favor of moving the site plan or this fair request forward just because we don't have that site plan. So I guess that's my thought. So thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Odegaard, my thoughts are very similar in line to what you're saying exactly. And, maybe we do need to review that site plan, but I'm just not sure that the fair process, at least at this time, is appropriate. I think that maybe we can ask staff if this is appropriate for us to receive that site plan to review just on our own accord as the process with the city continues. And if members of council find there to be issues, we could bring those forward as future agenda item requests of our own and have it expedited if there's merit to what's being said. But this time, I would like to see the site plan, but as Councilmember Odegaard said, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with the fair, and I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Well, I know how frustrating this is. Many of us sat on the other side of an issue somewhat like this before we were elected, and many of us ran because of that. What I'm understanding is that there is a separation between council and administrative duties. And this is pretty clear in our governing document that this is an administrative duty. I don't think I would be qualified to even, maybe I could look at the site plan, but I believe it needs a level of expertise that I could not offer. And therefore, I believe that's why it's set up like this, that council stay out of this and it be an administrative action. And then if that is not approved by or in favor of what our community wants, they have the next step of taking it to another level. But I believe that at any point in this process, the way it stands now, is that it will not come to council. And I believe that was made clear in the neighborhood meeting. So I understand the frustration, and I think many of us would like to be able to alleviate that, but it's just not part of what we do, or what we can do, or what we're allowed to do. So thank you.
Is there anyone else to weigh into the conversation? Not seeing anyone. I do not believe that this petition will be moving forward, given that it does not have enough votes. We're going to go ahead and move down to our next item. That item is item number 12. This is our 12A, our city manager report. While you can click on the link to see the entire report, I do believe that our city manager Clifton, would like to pull out and discuss possible direction on a proposed climate resolution. Mr. Clifton?
Sorry.
That's okay.
There you go.
Am I over?
You're good now. Sorry.
Yeah, the city clerk once again muted me. I apologize for that.
I almost made it through the whole meeting.
I am getting used to it. Madam Mayor and Council, I would like to have the report put on the screen simply because in my late submittal of the report, the inclusion of that report in the packet in an amended fashion yesterday did not include all of the images in the report. And while I will not go through the report in its entirety, I will kind of scroll through, not in rapid fashion because I don't want you to get dizzy trying to read it, but I'll just go through the various topics and I'll end up on the item for call out. The first part of the report gives you a quick update on the pension liability, a big topic of late, along with many other things. And we continue to make a lot of progress behind the scenes, and there's action items coming forward to the council in the weeks ahead as we try to get some finality of this prior to the council's recess. That finality would be all the necessary council approvals, not necessarily the issuance just yet. That lies ahead. But great progress being made. Many thanks to Rick Tatter and Randy Suda and others. We've been meeting on a very rigorous schedule with the Stiefel team and insurance companies and bond raters and the like. So enough on that. The next item, that you're fine. Just noting that we are in Pride Month, and the flag is flying pursuant to council's to the policy that was put into place late last year. Some updates as to ongoing discussions with the DBA regarding the downtown visioning process, which is a great process underway. Beautification projects soon to happen that we're excited about. And you can keep going down, Stacy, thank you. So an update on the restrooms, that goes back to an earlier discussion about the reentry measures with some photographs for you and a map. The movies that are not in the square that are occurring in a nearby county-owned parking lot. An update on that with I lifted some language out of the DBA website for your review. A continued update on the recovery roundtables. Props to Jessica Drum for putting those on. They will be wrapping up soon. And then a series of miscellaneous department updates, including water services, fire department updates. You are now seeing the photographs in front of you that were not in the packet. So just bear with us for that inconvenience. These are the photographs that we wanted you to be able to see, showing the new vehicle, as well as a picture of the crews responding to a half-acre brush fire. You can scroll down, Stacy. I'll try to get through this in rapid succession. And then, most importantly, some images of Paul Summerfield and others. Paul, of course, is on his way to a happy retirement in Idaho. We do want to recognize all of our retirees a little bit later, but some nice write-up there. Other updates from police and human resources and public works. Finally, we are endeavoring to put together a joint city and county meeting. Stay tuned on that. We're going to try to get that underway in June. And we're hopeful that we'll have that opportunity. I do want to broach briefly this idea of having a new policy regarding street closures in downtown. We've been hearing about this. DBA is involved with this discussion, Economic Vitality and others. We're hoping to have some discussion of this possibly at your meeting next week. Stay tuned on that. This is all about social distancing and trying to accommodate some of our businesses downtown with their challenges to do just that, provide adequate social distancing. Now, and thank you for indulging me on this, the proposed climate resolution, in this, this comprises the very last part of the report. We would like for council to consider, let me back up, on June 26th, council will be considering the climate emergency resolution. That came to you via citizen petition back to that topic. And at the request of one of our council members and with some assistance at the staff level, we have a rough draft of a possible companion resolution that will be before you that will speak to possible policy objectives to be lobbied at the Arizona Corporation Commission. At the end of my report, you will see about a page and a half of draft text that could be incorporated into a resolution should council like to proceed in that fashion. We did not have a nifty way of starting this discussion, so as clunky as it might appear, we thought we would address it in my report to you. So the last 2 pages of my report include some language for this draft resolution. It speaks for itself. Council Member Aslan can jump in here, and possibly Nicole Antonopoulos with our sustainability section can also weigh in. But what you have in front of you, and is very, very draft at this point, would be reflective of what would be in front of you in 2 or 3 weeks. Sorry to go through all of that in rapid succession. I'm available to answer any questions and would love to take any feedback that you might have on this climate resolution idea.
Mr. Aslan?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I was getting ready to type comment in the comment bubble. City Manager Greg Clifton, thank you very much for bringing this up and for packaging it together thematically with the climate emergency resolution. I don't know that I have much to add right now. I think your verbiage is very plain and speaks for itself. I think at this point, the more straightforward we can keep things, the better. I will just add that, you know, this plan to go forward to the Corporation Commission is coming from several different sides, and it's rising organically through our community, through the climate emergency process, but it's also in conjunction with other communities around the state that are going to be doing something similar according to their own abilities and needs. And so this will not be just this is a bit of a coordinated effort, although it's definitely tailored specifically to our needs up here in Flagstaff. And I welcome everybody's feedback on the language. And I don't know, Mayor, if you want to add anything else to this right now, but I'm excited to see us moving forward with other efforts with other government entities that we should definitely be in dialogue with and moving forward together with so many different balls in the air when it comes to the climate and energy goals that so many different entities throughout the state are espousing and trying to come to grips with.
The only thing I would add quickly, Councilmember Aslan, is that I appreciate having the opportunity to sit with you in that meeting and to further discuss this. I knew that this was something that you would be very interested in, and I'm looking forward to it moving forward. Mr. Odegaard.
So for clarification, are we gonna, on the June 23rd date, may or may not pass the climate resolution that's been put forward by the citizens petition via the meetings that we're doing now with virtual? So that's my clarification question.
City Manager?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the question. Yes, it indeed will be virtual. We will expect very good public input on this, as there was last time on the climate emergency resolution, but it will be virtual, and we will follow our usual protocol for public comment. We've wrestled with this one a couple of times. You know, what happens if we have 100 comment cards, which is not out of the realm of possibilities. We may try to streamline that in some fashion. We'll talk about that a little bit more at the staff level. We do not want to in any way truncate or curtail public input on these very important items. We just need to do what we can to manage the meeting, because when all the cards come in, it's not like a typical council meeting where folks are in the room and they could hear what other people are speaking to, and they can decide on the spur of the moment whether to withhold their own comments because enough voices have been heard. When all the cards come in, they get read. So we will wrestle with that and see if we can make this meeting occur in a very efficient manner.
So with the follow-up with that, thank you, City Manager. I would be a little concerned having 100 people on our chat line as we're holding our meeting. So the people that filed the citizen petition, did they request for this to be done sooner than later?
Yes, council member. Thank you for very good questions. Yes, there has been a push. I think more so recently when it became evident, council member Odegaard, that we were not going to be breaking away from these remote meetings anytime soon. We sat down with the mayor. The mayor has provides great assistance in putting these agendas together. And we broached the idea of getting this in front of council before the recess. And the mayor and the rest of us felt it was a good idea and very responsive to a growing community interest to have that happen.
Okay, so with that, I guess I would be in favor of this. You know, who am I to stop it? You know, my personal preference would have been, I would wanted to see this to be celebratory as a community, and really to be a virtual community. That's very difficult. But you know, if the ones that filed this and want this in a more expeditious manner, you know, who am I to say no to that? Because me personally, I would have liked to seen it be very celebratory as a community, but it's the world that we're living at the moment, and so I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, council member. Comments are very well stated.
I wanted to just add to that, Mr. Odegaard. I agree with you. I would prefer that we do this at the dais in chamber council. In council chambers. I think everybody was really looking forward to really somewhat, which sounds kind of strange, a celebration to have council have passed something like this. I believe it would be the first of its kind in the state of Arizona. The issue is, as you've heard from Dr. Ingenthaler earlier, the idea of us being back in our chambers before July doesn't necessarily, before our council break, doesn't necessarily seem like it's going to happen. And so in looking at that and looking at our timeline, understanding what we will be facing when we come back from break, you know, I told staff I felt that it should be just put back on the agenda and we can move forward. And perhaps after we've reached stage 3 or stage 4, there can be something like we all wish that we could see to celebrate this occasion. So I hope that provides assistance.
Thank
with
you.
just the thought.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. McCarthy, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. It would be nice if we could do this in council chambers, but it could be quite a while before we get to council chambers again. So I am very supportive of pushing this forward before the summer break. I'm wondering if we should consider maybe limiting the number of comments that we get to maybe a dozen or something. And then other than that, only take comments by email. Or maybe we should just only take comments by email. That's still a way to express an opinion. So I don't have a firm position on that, but I think that's something that staff and the mayor could consider.
I see a comment by Ms. Salzberg, so I'll go there and then I'll go back to the Vice Mayor.
Not that.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify real quickly that the public comment portion would be set up just like it is now. So all public comments would be taken via email and read by staff. Again, I know there's been some conversation about how that might work, but the protocol will remain as it is now with them strictly being email.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for this report. I too want to talk about the climate emergency resolution and say that I think this, like as we're talking about, we don't know how long we're going to be in this reality, but this is a resolution that we need to pass as soon as we can because we have so much more work to do. And we'll have plenty of opportunities to celebrate our accomplishments. You know what I mean? Like we can celebrate, and we can, loop this into it. But like, we got work to do, and we can celebrate the victories as we go for sure, and we should. And I was going to just mention too, I think with the public comments, I wonder if we can have, city staff like read the comments ahead of time, almost put them in categories like we do with, Post-its at some of our retreats, and see if we can almost lump different things together that make sense. And then for comments that don't fit in, a grouping, we can read individually. And if not, the other idea I had too is, if there's a lot of comments, having more than one person take turns reading comments. Have maybe each person read 3, and that way, like, there's a rotating voice, which is, can be a positive thing, and it gives a person a break. Anyways, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have no more comments on this item, so we could go ahead and move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now down to item number 13. Item number 13 is our COVID-19 updates. We did spend quite a bit of time with Dr. Ingenthaler much earlier this afternoon. Is there anything else left under this item? Council? Not seeing any, we'll go ahead and move down our agenda. We do have a comment by the Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The only thing I wanted to ask of all of us is to have Nicole, if she's still on the line, just kind of follow up on what I was hoping she could talk about last week, and just talk a little bit about the idea of a guiding plan document and her thoughts on that.
A guiding plan document for what exactly, Vice Mayor?
Yes, it's to help us with how we allocate and plan moving forward as a city post-COVID or through COVID. And the plan very much focuses on a bottom-up approach of really helping the most vulnerable and helping everyone through the lens of the most vulnerable. And so when we receive funding or when we decide to make infrastructure decisions, we really look at it, we put it through this lens to make sure we're not just going about business as usual, but yet making decisions that really help the community and those that need it the most.
And so I'm trying to figure out, why is this with Nicole and not the city manager? Is this a sustainability lens you're looking at? I'm just trying to make sure we have the right person.
Yes, I think it does tie into resilience and sustainability, and I know that Nicole has some thoughts on this.
City manager?
I'm not sure that I have any input on it, but I'm certainly listening with interest, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and if that's not appropriate, then that's okay too.
City manager?
I'm not certain that it's not appropriate. I'm just, I don't have enough to give meaningful comment at this time, but I want to be totally respectful of your thoughts, Vice Mayor. So I'm just listening with interest.
Is Nicole Antonopoulos available? Perhaps city manager at our next meeting, because we have a standing COVID-19 agenda item. Perhaps you can have Ms. Antonopoulos available to speak very specifically as to what the Vice Mayor is talking about.
It's a perfect idea, and Vice Mayor, if I can lean on you, perhaps the three of us can put our heads together and put a little bit more preparation into this, because I think it sounds like a very important topic that you're raising. Would you be able to do that in the next few days?
Absolutely. Thank you, and thank you, everybody. I appreciate
it.
Yeah.
Okay, we are now down to item number 14. Item number 14 is informational items, reports from council and staff, and future agenda item requests. I'd like to go ahead and start tonight with Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have a few things I would like to speak on during this to and from. Have some good news concerning the Rio de Flag flood control bridge that we talked about in the past concerning ADOT there on Route 66 and by City Hall. It's in the tentative budget. ADOT staff, from what I take, is in conversations that they're going to put it out there to look for a contractor to start construction on that bridge. Most likely, construction will not start until March of next year, but that is good news. And I've heard that our grass in front of City Hall might get some watering soon and to get it green again. I've been hearing quite a few comments from the community. And then Councilmember McCarthy and I attended an Eagle Scout ceremony where he and I read recognition from the Office of the Mayor for Oscar Wolverton. We did that via virtually. Councilmember McCarthy and I have attended, I think, nearly every Eagle Scout ceremony that's happened since Councilmember McCarthy and I have been in office, and we did not want to miss another one with COVID, and so via the virtual meetings, we did that, and parents were very appreciative that we took the time in the recognition of the achievement of Oscar. One thing that I like to ask, and this will probably have to involve some with city management and maybe with Ms. Drum. We just did an adoption of a tentative budget that seen a nearly a $200 million increase of appropriations. At first glance, that might seem like all of a sudden this city council went on a spending spree, when that is really not the case. So I'm hoping with messaging in the coming week, the messaging will be on point and will be accurate of why that increase. And I appreciate the city manager and city management being on that and messaging being clear. So there's no miscommunication happening among the general public. And then my last comment is I really wanted to thank Mayor Evans. When she makes a suggestion to the council body that we should or should not do something, I listen to that. Mayor Evans, as we're all aware, that you've been in office here in the city of Flagstaff for quite a few years, and you've learned a lot over the years. And when you make a suggestion that we as a city council should do something or should not do something, well, I like to listen, and so I don't repeat mistakes by other members of council bodies that went before me. So I just want to thank Mayor Evans for providing that advice when you think it's appropriate. So, and that's all my comments for tonight, and wish everyone be well this coming week.
Thank you. I see Ms. Drum followed by Mr. Clifton.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Odegaard, I am happy to work with our management services team, and we will get some messaging out on that and make sure that it's clear what is contained in there, that it does not give the misrepresentation of a spending spree, as you put it. We'll definitely work on that.
And Mr. Clifton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also in response to that, yes, it occurred to us when that part of the presentation was happening tonight, as accurate as it was, that there is a very important need to have an explanatory narrative go along with that. The big share of that, of course, being attributed to the pension refinancing, the pension liability, as well as the carryover projects that are already funded and are already in place. So it's an important message that needs to go out. Thank you, Council Member Odegaard, for raising it. If I may take the liberty to add on to your very complimenting comments to the mayor, I'll let the council and the mayor know that in our meetings with the potential bond insurance companies and underwriters and rating agencies, all these discussions, it's very important to these entities to know about the leadership in the community, and they like to know about the council and the mayor and how things are going. And our comments, of course, have been very complimenting of the leadership in its entirety, but specific to things like how are we getting through the COVID pandemic? How are we getting through the recession? How's our budget looking? How does the council function? And our responses, of course, have been very accurate and very on point with that. And I have to say, we've been hearing very favorable comments from these entities who don't have a lot of familiarity with the city of Flagstaff. And they are so impressed with the policies and procedures and protocol that have been put into place during these very challenging times. So wanted to pass that along because I think Councilmember Odegaard's comments brought those to mind, and I thought I'd share them with you. Thank you.
I'm going to go now to Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd love to send everyone, mayor, fellow council members, city manager, staff, big grateful hearts for everything you do for our city and for each other. I have a fair request for a discussion on a possible council action to adjust the timeline of the Flagstaff minimum wage per Proposition 414, with the intent of furthering the purpose of the voters' initiative. This is in the light of our rapidly changing economic landscape, as was presented to us by our city manager last week, with the NAU Policy Research Institute survey, where we have 68%, only 68% of Flagstaff businesses that are operating and at 50% capacity, and 56% have applied financial aid, and 44% of those 68% businesses in operation have either laid off or furloughed their employees. Us as an employer, as an organization, have adopted a significant stage of the recession plan, where we are anticipating about 8% to 10% in revenue reduction. So we are anticipating a budget shortfall. And then we have an impending bill from the state of an estimate 1.17 million for this fiscal year alone, due to Flagstaff's higher minimum wage. So I call on the mayor and my esteemed colleagues here on council to at least have this discussion at the dais with public participation and with these new realities that we have, of course, in the spirit of fiscal responsibility and pragmatic leadership. So I ask for your support for this fair item. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing that comes to my mind is that about 2 years ago, we made a change to the noise ordinance for Wheeler Park to protect the neighborhoods from undue noise. And it was a good compromise between the neighborhood and the promoters. Now what we have is a new proposal to have movies not on the square, so to speak. And I question if this is actually a good move, considering how close the location is to the neighbors that are affected by it. Some of the same people that were concerned with the Wheeler Park noise are the ones that are that we heard letters from earlier tonight. So I don't know what the process is on that, if that was just approved by staff, but I just think that we need to take into account the ears of the people that will have to listen to the movies on the square, and if there's a warm-up band, etc., if it's appropriate. Thank you.
Would the city manager like to weigh in regarding that event and whether or not is it something that the city permitted?
I can weigh in a limited fashion, and thank you, Madam Mayor. There has been no permit for that, and we're not entirely sure that a permit is required as it's occurring on county property, but we're having a dialogue with the DVA about that, and we'll find out more information. We were aware that there was a desire to because of the restrictions and the need for social distancing, we were aware of the desire to relocate the movie venue. So that was not of surprise to us at all. And it's a very creative idea, but and I'm also reading a note from Heidi Hansen saying there is no ban, but allow us to get more information back to council, and we'll do that in short order. I know we're having ongoing dialogues with Terry Medeska on this.
I think it's important, city manager, to be clear that it is not a city permitted event, and if we have nothing to do with it, because there seems to be the impression that we do.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, and thank you for the comments, city manager and mayor.
We're going to go to Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for a wonderful meeting and some difficult but rewarding discussion. I'd like to thank city leadership and city staff, and of course you, Mayor, at the helm. We talk about a lot of difficult things, and we do well at that. And I think the doctor spoke about showing respect to one another, and that's something that we're able to do. It seems like somewhat easily. So my only request, Mr. City Manager, is again to rethink perhaps coming out with a couple of statements about the curfew and how that will affect our citizens. Just something clear and concise that we could possibly all share on our Facebook and just help lessen the confusion of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any official business to report tonight. I do want to acknowledge that it is my 20th wedding anniversary today. And of course, I'm upstairs eating dinner by myself right now. And such is the burden and sacrifice of a public official, and I have no complaints whatsoever. But very happily married and have had a very charmed marriage for the past 20 years. And I just want to give a total shout out to my better 3/4 in my wife and my 2 kids. I don't necessarily want to bring this up as an agenda item, but here we are. It's on the cusp of 9:30 p.m. and this is usually when we vote to continue when our meetings begin at 6 p.m. And instead, we began at 3 p.m. today. So just putting another little feeler out there for the protocol during this time when we're doing these meetings online, just to do a time check at some point when appropriate. I think it's a lot easier to go longer on these meetings during with this interface, because we can all sort of take our bathroom break whenever we need to, so to speak. But I do think that we should be mindful of the time we're spending at these meetings and the time we're using of our staff. So I'll just leave it at that. And thank you very much. And can't wait to get off of this call and to go downstairs and start celebrating my anniversary.
We're going to go to the city attorney.
First of all, Mayor, Council, and Councilmember Aslan, happy anniversary. Yes, yes, that's great. 20 years is an accomplishment. That's great. I just want to reiterate, I think when you brought it up last time, because the rules of procedure contain a 9:30 time, if the council wants to amend the rules of procedure with our 3 o'clock start time, considering somewhere around 6:30 or something like that, that's your call. But short of an amendment to the rules of procedure, we don't have any protocol mechanism, if you will, to move beyond or to address the long meeting.
And again, I'm just putting a feeler out there. I'm not even sure how I personally feel about it. I'd rather get the city's business done, and if this is how it's going to work for the time being, then that's what I signed up for, and I'm not one to complain. I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, a couple things. I want to just echo Councilmember Whalen's regards about messaging and that need for that public messaging. I really think that's important, and I think the sooner we can act, the better. And then I wanted just to, just again mention, I had a really good conversation with Hopi Tribal Chairman Nu Vong Yangma, and I just wanted to share that it feels good to make that connection, and that we want to continue to talk and see how we can better support each other's communities. And I'm hoping I'm just going to help connect the dots between us and them, and then let us build upon that. So I'm just really excited about that and what that might lead to. Councilmember Salas brought up her fair request, and I'm just wondering if we should just expedite it and just kind of take care of this conversation, because I'd like to have us, if we're going to have that conversation, I'd rather have it sooner than later. To me, it's very stressful, and I think it might be very divisive, but to our community. But without going into that, I wonder if council has the appetite just to expedite it. And then lastly, these are really challenging times on a number of fronts, right? I think if we all stop for a second and just reflect for a moment, there's a lot that is going on and has been going on that has been very difficult. And, in our meetings and today especially, I just have so much gratitude for our team and our community and, what's happening today in Flagstaff, considering what's happening in the nation. I just have so much gratitude for all the partners, all the people, all the officers, all the, frontline workers, and just everyone that's coming together, all our healthcare workers, really all of us. And then our council, our mayor, yourself, your leadership, our council working together the way we have been, and as has been mentioned, having difficult conversations, but doing it with respect and really leading with integrity. I just have a lot of gratitude for all of us, and just want to say thank you, and I really appreciate and love all of you, and think that right now we really just have an opportunity to come together and show the state and the nation what it looks like to be a united community and a united front of diverse people. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. City Manager, did you have anything to add to your report?
No, Madam Mayor.
So I do have a couple of things tonight. First of all, I just want to say thank you to our city leadership, and thank you to council. I appreciate all the compliments that you have given me tonight. I just want to say that we actually move forward as a team, and we move forward together. And I could not do the work that I do without the support of the council and without support of the leadership that we have at the city of Flagstaff. And I'm very grateful for that. Not every mayor in the state of Arizona has such a strong leadership team and strong council, and the two that work very well with their office. So I'm very appreciative of that. I wanted to do an update with regards to the protests that we knew were being held tonight. Quickly, the demonstrations seem to be over, and our officers that were assigned to those have been released. There have been no injuries of anyone and no arrest. There was one window that was broken at the East Side substation, but no other damage that we are aware of. And it appears that the protesters there actually condemned the actions of that individual. There was about 200 folks at one point at City Hall, and they marched downtown, and that many or more on 4th Street. The police did close down streets, both downtown, Route 66 and 4th, at one point to ensure the safety of the demonstrators and motorists. And so I just want to say that is a testament to our citizens that live here in the city of Flagstaff, as well as our police department, community policing and relations, and the fact that we were able to do that. So I want to say thank you to everyone that was involved. I also would like to say thank you to the Flagstaff Police Department for joining myself and the Vice Mayor at the prayer service that was held for Pentecost and for Unity on Sunday. It was a very beautiful prayer service, and I greatly appreciate your presence there. I would like to just make a comment to other members of council. I had the opportunity to speak to two of you about a hearts campaign for our city. Looking back at what happened with the synagogue and how the community came together and made hearts and hung on a fence. We don't have a fence per se in front of City Hall, but there was the idea that perhaps we could take pictures of ourselves holding hearts, push that out by social media, and then ask the rest of the community to join us in a virtual hug, for lack of a better word. And so there was that idea. And then additionally, lastly, I want to stop and acknowledge something. So we got an email from one council member that talked about the length of our meetings, and Mr. Aslan has said this now twice, 2 meetings in a row. And I think that we as council need to look at how we are using our time in these meetings. We definitely have very weighty subjects. We have a lot of information we have to cover. But I also think that we could maybe ask our questions in a more expedited fashion. And we need to be mindful of that, of staff's time, of our colleagues' times. And I also would like to add this as well. We are going through a lot of different things right now. We have a global pandemic. We have a recession. We have fire season that started. We're still trying to figure out flood mitigation efforts. And we have the rest of the city to run. And there's a lot of balls in the air right now. And things are getting done, and I don't want to say they're not getting done. But I would ask council to be mindful of the requests that we have of staff. Even though we are doing things and getting things done, it takes a little bit extra time with some of our meetings. We're doing things virtually. Things are not as quick and right at hand. And I think that we need to be aware of that. We do have some people that are still at work, and then other people are no longer there because of this global pandemic. And so as we move forward with our requests for information, as we move forward with media requests or media postings or things like that, I would just ask council to be mindful and to understand the time that goes into those things. So with that, that's all I have for tonight. It is officially 9:30, Mr. Aslan. This meeting is adjourned.